continuation of the TRC thematic and institutional inquiry hearings here at the Centennial Pavilion. To begin this morning, I will ask that all stand and observe a few moments of silent prayers. Thank you very much. Please be seated.
Good morning, Mr. Witness. We want to invite you to the continuation of these hearings, which were suspended on yesterday. We will go into questions from commissioners, at which time you respond as succinctly as possible. Yesterday you made reference to a couple of resource materials you directed we search out. Some of those we have, others we don't have. We appreciate, just in case you encounter them, to assist the Commission, if it is possible, with copies of some of those materials. Or if there are direct sources where they are obtainable, you could also link us. Also, yesterday you read a letter supposed to have been written by the late Honorable Matthews. If you have that letter with you, we request that you kindly read the entire letter, since you read the concluding paragraph, so that the content can be well documented. And then secondly, you, in your testimony, you have reference to the president being the largest importer of rice, and his brother, Daniel Talbot, being the president, the largest producer, and Daniel Talbot, the largest importer. The agriculture minister at the time, do you know if she had any relationship to the Talbots as policy proponent at the time? We'll start with that, and after your response, Commissioner Connor will lead the questioning.
The relationship is Florence Chenoweth, in my mind, served as Minister of Agriculture. President Talbot being the president, or being her boss. For me, that's the relationship that I was interested in. Any other relationship notwithstanding, I have no interest. The question of Matthew's full letter, during the course of this morning, I will see if I can get word to somebody to bring the full copy. I came here this morning, not with the letter, but while I'm sitting on this stand, you get to, as soon as I see somebody who's supposed to be having the copy of the letter, I ask them to bring a copy, because I forgot really. But I thought that you asked for the letter, so I called the person to see if they would bring the copy. As soon as I see the person, I will let you know, sir.
Check.
Good morning, Mr. Witness. We want to thank you for appearance before the TRC and testifying on several important issues. Commission, my question, I will read a portion of the document you presented yesterday on page 1, the 5th paragraph, we say, among other things, we were clear in our minds that the major causes of our country's situation could be attributed to a general state of ignorance, an unfair judicial system, and insufficient opportunities for individuals to make progress, excessive greed, corruption, poor economic performance, lack of security, and an inadequate appreciation by government for its social responsibility was the norm at the time. My question then is to ascertain from you, in light of what you say here, what was the prime objective of your change? We know, we gather from here that you wanted a change. And if so, what was the prime objective? Was it military or political? Which of the changes that you were advocating, PAR was advocating?
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I have to say thank you to the whole panel for tolerating me all day yesterday. What I see you trying to do, in my mind, you are trying to find the truth and nothing but the truth. And I hope, again, I can make a contribution to my country. What change was Paul advocating? I guess your question about change is what method? Our method was clear, Mr. Commissioner. It was very clear.
Yeah, what method?
We decided that a country has a constitution, and the constitution is clear. We decided that we will pursue the constitutional track. PAL had a clear track, clear approach to getting things done. We, in no time, even amidst the affront to our values, to our beliefs, we stuck to what we thought would save this country and make it better. We said we'll register a political party. There are rules to do that. In spite of all the blocks, the barriers, the obstacles that were put in our way, we stuck to the game, to the rules of the game. And the rules of the game is simple. Register a political party. If you have seen the Constitution, you guys, you get all the lawyers on the panel, you guys saw the Constitution. So I'm not even going to go, but look at the Constitution. It says what you can do to register a party. That's all, but we had no practical sense of what it takes to do it. I remember going to talk to some people in Ministry of Justice. So when you want to register a party, how do you do it? Nobody in the Ministry of Justice will tell us that. As I can take another oath again. Nobody in the Ministry of Justice will tell us how it could be done. So we came and we said, okay, this thing is a corporate entity. So we follow the corporate format. Then we say, to even validate this effort, we put in over 10,000, 50,000 names. Now, Mr. Commissioner, in our way, we the people must agree how we want to fix our country. We the people. We the people must decide that there will be compromises along the way. We the people must decide how this big goal of ours to live in peace, side by side. Not the love of liberty that brought us here, no. Not those that came from the West Indies that were picked up mid-seed, no. Not those that landed on Providence Island, no. We the people. And I say to you, sir, the focus to get this country moving again, I hope I'm not taking you from your track, but we shouldn't get concerned about yesterday. And yesterday is good for historical purposes. It's good. But today we must find a consensus. We must find the middle ground. The business of PAL or the Progressive People's Party is not to look at black color. We never saw black color. We never saw white color. We always saw the middle, the gray color. Because when it is gray, then we are all represented. So what change were we advocating? It was clear. We say, let all of us. We have to decide whether you like me or not. It's immaterial. We have to decide how we want Liberia. So you can be comfortable, so I can be comfortable. And we're not going to achieve it by shooting each other down. So we never ever prescribe to shooting people down. Even when people were trying to shoot people, we were running to President Tolbert, said, Mr. President, please, Mr. President, please. Some people planted some rusty guns on some beach. They said that people brought gun. We never brought knife. So your question whether we were pursuing the military option? No. It was not. Mr. Commissioner, let me say again, the work we did from 1976 to 1979, any party that stood in our way in those days, we would have beaten them. We were very confident about that. We would have beaten them.
Thank you. You said on April 4, 1979, a gentleman agreement was made and entered by and between the leadership of PA and President Tolbert. What was the main gist of that agreement?
The president assured us that, again, he will get back to us, that, again, there's no commitment to price increase.
Pardon me?
There was no commitment on the part of his government that the price will be increased.
He also said that when April 4 incident took place, the police killed people at Tobo Village. Was it on the same 14th day of April or after? And if so, do you know the number of persons that died? If possible, whether the list was taken by you people?
I don't remember us taking a list, but there were about 5-6 people that were done by Tompo Village. But it was after the April 14th stuff. It was during the heat of getting the party registered.
You talk about Superintendent Dominic Bing taking people on the beach in Greenville and killed them. Do you remember the number?
Beat them, kill them, no. Beat them, For example, due Mason, after they pick him up from the place, they send him back Monrovia on the plane. You know, Ambrose, we said, the chairman of Progressive People's Party, he was beaten and put him on the plane and sent him to Monrovia. None of them, sir.
They were only beaten, they were not killed.
No,
nobody was killed.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I have no recollection, sir.
Okay. You said that Pai wrote the president offering $20,000 in order for government to retain a researcher to research on food production in Liberia. When this took place, was it after April 14 or before April 14?
Before April 14, sir. And we did that to show our commitment that we're not just talking, we're not just bluffing our way through, that we were serious about inviting government to reconsider whatever they were thinking. We thought that they needed more input into the research. We didn't want to make it political. Nobody in this country should make the designing of food policy, because it's a national security issue for us. We eat rice in this country 3, 4, 5 times a day. Why are we making it work for us? Why are we making it an issue? It should be an issue that none of us. And more importantly, sir, the issue of rice in the national context was raised in 1944. 1944. I mean, hey man.
In your testimony yesterday, you recommended to the TRC that our court system be looked at and reconstituted. Are you talking about reforming judiciary or reconstituting the court? Which one that you was implying? Because my understanding of reconstituting the court is to change a judge and replace with another one, and the reforming judiciary mean to look at those bylaws and put, since law is a progressive sign, to match with the cadence of our civilization.
Mr. Commissioner, I'd like to settle for the latter.
Okay.
If by some way you construe my discussion that you go and knock the whole code down, no. I'd like to see the code be effective, sir. Look, we the poor people have a huge distrust for the way the civilized people do things. The court process is expensive, it's tedious. So, and we believe, you civilized people, you go to court, you go today, they join local somewhere, you turn around and say we postpone. We poor people don't have the resources that oh man, the court needs some work. Our courts need some work. And so that we can believe in the court. I have to confess, and please forgive me, a lot of people in this country don't trust our court system. We don't. Now, if if we make progress, and let me step back a little bit. The reason I made that point to TRC yesterday, my attitude, my understanding of your assignment for me, I would be very glad I would then through the hall if you came up with a listing of issues. Your assignment, in my understanding, is to identify those things that in fact made 1979 unacceptable. So you must identify those issues, those areas, and then we can categorize them, because there will be priority among priorities. I'm aware of that. But one of those many things that you should look at, I don't have any standing to tell you what to do, what not to do, but to plead with you to take a hard look at the court system. Now, I'm not saying replace Johnny Louis. No, I'm not there. Because if those things that make the court ineffective, if they are not done, whether you bring Johnny Louis from wherever school he came from, you bring Philip Bang from Yale, you bring Musa Dean from Columbia, it doesn't matter, it will not produce. Because the system, whoever you put there will be hostage to the bar system. That's the argument I'm making, sir.
We know those who live to see the happening of April 14, live thereafter, and now have the opportunity of reflecting over the day, April 14, and its attendance happenings, and you being among those people who live now reflecting over it, how can you classify the April 14 and the happenings on that day?
April 14 tells how we do business as a government. The classic lesson that I learned, it tells on how we the people do business. We have no tolerance. We have no patience. We have no understanding, no sensitivity to other people's values. What did I learn from April 14, by the way? April 14 teaches a very small lesson about governance, the rule of law. What is that? We the people must come under the law. We are not above the law. PAL, the leaders or the organizer of PAL, went for a permit. You cannot demonstrate in the street of Monrovia without a permit. So we went for a permit. That's the law. We didn't stop there. We decided, look, the reason we want to have this demonstration, let's have some discussion. That's the civility of our action. Let's have some discussion. What did I learn from April 14? Our society, there are a number of critical institutions. The political institution, the economic institution, the cultural institution, education, you can say, But those institutions, they impact on each other. In the understanding of how those institutions interplay, we invited the church to that discussion. We invited what you call permanent citizens to that discussion. We are not envious people, Mr. Commissioner. Yes, we're young. Yes, we're young, but we're not envious. We were not looking to trick somebody into making some error. No. We were saying, and we said then, and I said this morning, the rule we designed for this country should serve all of us. Don't be critical because you are not there. And don't turn your face when you are there. In my mind, sir, a wrong done by the True Party, a wrong done by Samuel Doe, for me is the same. I don't draw the line, wrong is wrong. I cannot in my mind say Samuel Doe is a countryman, so he does wrong, so it's right. I can't. My value does not teach that. My belief system would never ever consider that.
You said when the PI membership had converged at the PI headquarters, the police opened fire on them. And you make clear that in order to avoid confrontation with the police, you both took all the members from the public line and placed them on the private property line that was leased or possessed by you people at the time.
Yes, sir.
If it is true that fire was opened on them, my question was, anyone killed from there?
Yes.
And wounded?
Yes.
And so,
several.
Can you give her the estimate?
I can.
You can.
Because human instinct being what it is, you will not stand up to go count their body. You will not stand up to go find who is shot in the leg, in the arm, no. We scatter. You know, Matthew's mother, when we opened PAL office in 1976, that lady came to see us every morning. Sometimes she would bring biscuits, you know, something for us to eat. Sometimes later on we like eating roast cassava, plantain, you know, she will come and she will always depart and say, boys, a child that run today will live tomorrow to fight another battle. We learned that. And the question you raised, Mr. Commissioner, is the heart of trauma. Trauma. When atrocity takes place, there's something they call flight. Denial that it can't happen. How could the police open fire on innocent people? You are shocked by disbelief. You begin to ask yourself, is this true? No, it can't be true. They call it denial. Then you are shocked by survival, the survival instinct. These young people, Commissioner, they went to PAL office to let their government know that they wanted a conversation, and they were denied. They were shot. And they opened fire, Commissioner, because they thought Gabriel Matthews was locked in the house. The objective, the primary objective of opening fire that morning was to kill Matthews. This man who brought trouble. Get rid of him. When you get rid of him, then the country will be okay. And so you ask, your county body and how did they get wounded? I respectfully say, sir, we're not in our business, oh man. At that moment, April 14, no. No, sir. I can't, if I give you a number, I'll be fooling around, sir. I pledge not to.
Why it is true that when such incident took place, people tried to seek refuge of both life and person. But it is also obvious that after the event, there's possibility that you will come to see what really went on. Because at times, firing can be done without shooting an individual, so that they can fire in the air and so forth. This is why I'm asking, what aftermath of the April 14, any effort was made to know, like the Tobo Village, you talk about 5 to 6, and now you talk about PA headquarters, and you said there was a place in Soniwan there,
the drainage
there, where they were buried. So my question is, whether you know the number of persons that were killed, if anybody was killed, or wounded, because these are the end result of shooting.
I agree with you, Commissioner, I agree with you. And let me say quickly, that's a fair question. The question is fair. You are in the business of accounting. It's a fair question. But all my answer, though, is I couldn't stop. Not at all. Besides the comrades, the cadre that got in that tussle at that moment, there's a guy, Bangba, he's from Bong County. He was a black belt, karate person. He was in charge of the cadre to protect the headquarters that morning.
It may interest you, Mr. Witness, to know that we are now only responsible for counting, but giving accurate report on individuals that were victims of the period under review, so that we can make a declaration to the nation and its people as to the actual fight. And this is what we are asking.
No, I respect.
Not trying to discredit what you said.
No. I'm not there.
All right.
I understand that. I understand what you're trying to do, sir.
Okay.
I'm saying that moment, oh man, that was tough. That was very tough. None of us will tell you exact number about the injury. We know people got hurt. We know people got killed at that moment. The second thing I want you to know, April 14, that Saturday, that Sunday, by Monday they started arresting power people again. So just the sheer action or the action of the government, if I power headquarters was a security, it was a web of security operation from Center Street to Copper Farm to Coconut Plantation to Broad Street. When you enter that web, you were under security checkup straight. That's how the whole thing was designed. And we knew that. We knew that. And so that moment, no. None of our guys that were doing what they were doing, what they're good at doing, they were told to avoid the security net. So to be, I can tell you, for example, I said to you yesterday that, look, talk to Benson Barr, Dr. Benson Barr. And of all the stuff that came out, I believe Benson's number. Talk to Kate Bryan, wherever she is, she living. The first number, read the Liberian age between April 15 was on Sunday. That was my birthday. April 16. Read from April 16, what is the Liberian age, what is the Liberian star, you know, whether is Bento Times, whether is all the newspaper from April 16 to say May 1. Read the paper, and I one of those. There's a paper that I think you guys should also find. It was produced by Henry Carter. It's Henry Carter's explanation of what he thought happened. Because Henry Carter, there were a number of independent journalists that were in the street recording what they saw. Henry Carter. I show you guys, by now you have seen Albert Pullman writing, for example, the day Monrovia stood still. I show you have seen that kind of that description. But there were a lot of articles that time. But the point that I'd like to make quickly is the initial number produced by the Ministry of Health, particularly the death, was 79. And I'm not even putting on your table whatever number Benson Barr has. I feel comfortable staying with government figure. The government, the Ministry of Health and Welfare, first number 79. Then later they say, no, you know, we thought that was 79, but no, it's not 79 again, so it's 46 or it's 41. If the government of Liberia said to me, people who were trying to demonstrate, they killed 40, even if they killed one, for me I said that too many.
You also said that on March 7th, a declaration
of intent
was written by PAR. Please tell us, March 7th of what years and what was the content of that declaration?
Mr. Commissioner, that was a strong declaration, sir. It was written March 7, 1980. And if you recalled, I read the preamble of that declaration yesterday.
Yeah, I'm talking about the content.
The content talk about inability of government, the level of inefficiency and ineffectiveness in government.
Are you in a position of furnishing us a copy of those documents?
I'd like to accept that I will be going against what I really believe. I have it here. You can read it. It's here.
You also talk about one Kepa.
He was the commandante of the post stockade.
He was the commander.
Member of the Armed Forces of Liberia, a major in the army.
I see. You were certain if election was to be held with True Party and PAI participating, you were certain that PAI were going to win the political leadership of this country. You were not given the chance to do so. But at least you had the chance to do so in 1979.
79?
1999. 1997.
Oh, 1997.
1997 and 2005. What, in your view, what do you think was responsible for your party not winning the presidency at the time, or significant numbers of the legislature?
That's a good question, Commissioner. Permit me to argue, sir, politics is all timing. Politics is timing. The war, no, first. What happened to PAL, to PPP, to UPP? PAL's story is the story of common people, or poor people. When the coup took place, when the coup of 1980 took place, the poor people in this place concluded that they will now get some answers, that they will get some answers, that their suffering, their expectation, their hopes, their dream will find a bed to rest. That's what they thought. The coup took place. When we came out of the post-stockade, Mr. Commissioner, the leadership of PAL or PPP made a conscious pledge. And the pledge they made was that this organization, if you remembered, PAL or PPP was expelled, was the legal thing when they cancel your article, incorporation, all of that?
Cancel.
Yeah. The party was banned. When we were thrown into post-stockade, the party was banned. To fit the context of the military culture, they suspended the Constitution of Liberia. That, in fact, made doing political work unacceptable or illegal. Do you know that? I'm arguing that the PAL, so what happened? How come this popular movement, it didn't do well? No, it didn't do well because one, the conditions will change. Samuel Doe took over, and you know, those of you who were here, between 1983, First, though a PRC and a True We Party people came out, they say, all the people who wanted to run for public office should resign. If you want to believe, Matthew resigned, Oscar Kuya resigned, Marcus Dan resigned. Because we were committed to building a party. And not only that they resigned, they quite went to build a party. And then you find all the manipulation and all of that. You were in this town, I like to believe, sir, when Paul was suspended or expelled or whatever label you put on it, if you would just take a snap back, you will see that that party could not have been denied. And you will also agree with me, sir, that if the maturity, if a sensitivity for peace and order in our country, power people will have gone against the Doe and his government. You knew that. The guy said, the government said, the party is suspended or banned, let them go ahead with the election. And you know, let me say, the ranks and file of those power people that felt who should have done something, they joined MPFL. They joined MPFL. For example, if you recall, there's a gentleman they call Louis Brown. If you recall, there's a gentleman they call Tia Faculty. And I can name dozens of them. They were all PPP kids. They were all PPP kids. They could not take the frustration that the progress of our party was stifled. It was unacceptable to them. So you argue, so you didn't win 1997 election? No, we didn't win, sir. We didn't win. But you remember, when between 1985 to 1990, you saw the erosion. There were some party people, for example, when Matthew said there was no need for war, no need to fight Samuel Doe, it would be more harm. You remember the number of resolutions that were taken, the condemnation issued against Mr. Matthews. The public was built up to believe that Matthew was anti-progress, and with the way UPP people were behaving, they made a supporting Doe. Number two, when Charles Taylor went through this place, ransacked the whole country, people were dislocated, sir. The entire population of Liberia was uprooted, sir. When that happened, sociologically, economically, they lost their strength. That sense of being themselves, that point of making independent decisions was destroyed. And so how come, and they say they're popular, how come they win? They could not have won because the base was attacked, Mr. Commissioner. The base was attacked, Mr. Commissioner. We could not have won.
Thank you. It is contended in some jurisdiction that while it is true that after April 12, 1980, the Constitution was suspended, political parties were also burned, but PRC was using the slogan of power in the cause of the people. Struggle continues. But that declaration, many people felt that power was still in existence and effectively operating not as political party, but as the brain behind the PRC. What will you say if you are confronted with such question?
I would say I understand why you want to feel the way you feel. It's a nice thing to feel, sometimes you got to feel good about yourself. So it's okay. But that's not true, sir. That's not true. And please let me say this. You are arguing that the usage of the struggle continued by the People Redemption Council is an indication of PRC wrapping in the cloth of PPP. Let me encourage that for a second, sir. Oscar Quia was arrested August 10, 1981. August 11, 1981, he was fired as Minister of Internal Affairs. Chia Chipo, I believe, was fired from Internal Affairs, from Ministry of Justice around, I think, October 1981. Bacchus Matthew was fired as Minister of Foreign Affairs, I think, around October, November 1981. Karn Carlor left PRC December 1981. Are you still going to argue that power stay enjoy influence with PRC? Count two. The debate, as I recall it now, was about where to take this country, sir. And the first test of will was to get the PRC to go to the barrel. Then where the cake started to crumble. And the membership of power, including myself, or not power, the actors, including myself, being the principal assistant to the council, I was in the middle of that debate. Let's talk about getting the military to go back to the barrack. Let's define the program that will take to go to the barrack. So, the issue, it was not to me, sir. It was never Paul, it was never Moja, it was never True Party. And that question still exists today. What is it that we want to do with our country? And in 1980-81, the question in my mind, yes, I was young, I was in my 20s, but the question was, I was convinced, and you can tell me, say, my man, you were crazy. I was convinced I would live 30, 40, 50 years in 1979, 80. I was healthy, I don't smoke, I don't drink. Every day I do some stuff. I knew my body would be fit. So I knew I would live 50 years, and so I was interested in what is it that we do with this place, so I would enjoy myself, so that my kids will go to school. And I said that to the young people of today. What do you want Liberia to be in the next 40 years? They have to be active in that debate. And I was active in that debate 1979, 1980. I wanted to know where Liberia will be. And to get Liberia to be, or to talk about that debate, I thought the military needed to take itself out. The military needed to get out of that debate so we can have a smooth debate. Some people, for their own little narrow and selfish reasons, decided that because they want to be there, and they did not have the moral standing to be there, they hide behind Samuel Doe, and Samuel Doe ruined the day. I'm mad about that, Mr. Commissioner. I'm still mad about that. Because it ruined whatever. Look, you drive here every day. Do you see the people there that are selling cookies and all kind of stuff in the street? Just imagine for a split second, sir, what will happen to them 30 years from now? When last you went to the University of Liberia, do you see that campus? The one and only state school? Aren't we embarrassed? That's what I wanted to talk about. In 1979, I I want to talk about earlier, plenty to the PRC people. That you, the one who say you country people soil, country woman born soil, you have an opportunity to change this place. And that was not important to them. It was not. It was not about power. No. We should get out of labels. Let's discuss the future, our today and our tomorrow as Liberians. And to do that, look at the curriculum. Go to Ministry of Education. Ask them, say, where our curriculum look like today? After 40 years of war. What is it that we want our children to know? Our international partners are telling us that we lack the capacity. That's what they say to us. So that if you get a chance, they will even bring somebody to cook. You get a chance, they will bring somebody to sweep. They say we don't have the capacity. As far as they're concerned, we Liberians are dumb. So when do we Liberians take over that discussion? Not as political party, not as UP, not as PAL, not as True We Party, but as Liberian. Sir, no. For me, it has never been PAL. When the Constitution was suspended, when I was brought on as coordinator to PRC, I stopped being PAL. I started to be a government person, young, who had an eye on the future. You ask me today in this chair, I come as a Liberian, not as a political person. And not only that, I'm a political person, I'm a professional too. Because the notion in this place, people who went to do power business or moja business, we are considered stupid, or, grown-up children know nothing. And for me, I take that as a challenge. I took it as a challenge, and I say to all the young people, whether you in New Deal, whether you in CDC, whether you in MPP, you got to learn both. Because the rich people in the place will make people to think that you know nothing and that you cannot manage the country. And they will come and tell you, you don't have the experience. But what experience do they have when they mess this place up? They mess their place up. Is that the experience? Is that the experience? They tell you they want to get experience. We need experienced people. But the people you call it, they mess their place up. They messed it up, Mr. Commissioner. It ain't about power. It ain't about power. It's about sitting down and who's supposed to give little Kafoa? This boy, they made Minister of Finance the other day. Who's supposed to give me the opportunity? Who's supposed to give young people the opportunity? If you went to Ministry of Finance this morning, you will see a lot of white children there, they're doing internship. What do you think they're doing? If you go to UNDP, you will see them there. What do you think they're doing? What are they doing there? They are trying to get experience. Somebody giving them the opportunity to work here. And when they go back to America or to Europe, they will put on their resume or their CV that they have worked in Africa. They understand the culture dynamics, the politics, the economic and government. And then they will declare them expert. So when will this kid from Arthur Graham School of Law be given the opportunity so he too can be expert in this place? Then they come and say, you don't have capacity. And you're not too smart to say, okay, we don't have capacity. When do you believe Omil will leave this town? Do you have an idea that they will leave this town? Let's assume they stay in the next 10 years. So while they are here, what are you doing preparing yourself to move? Somebody will ask you, but can't we try to put an army together? What is the philosophy of this army you put it together? What's the mission? What is the mission? We putting the police together. The police.
Lastly, Mr. Witness, from 1980 to to 81, 2 or 3. The official transformation policy pronouncement was by 1985 the country will return to the civilian. By your explanations, at certain time it was changed from the returning of the country to the civilian to returning the country to civilian rule. Is it right to conclude that perhaps by our argument that the soldiers must go to the barrack, the language was changed to that of returning the nation to civilian rule so as to provide opportunity for the military to be involved? Do you understand what I say?
I do, sir.
That's the question.
What is returning? I professionally am a soldier. I'm a member of the Armed Forces of Liberia. Would you argue that because I take off my fatigue and pull on my suit, so I'm a civilian now? Question one for me. I'm just trying to process your question. What is it? What was the debate? If you heard me yesterday here, I said to you the first time the government of Liberia brought the army out of the barrack that was to stockpile from using this hall. They brought the army. By way of our constitution, the army had no role really in the interplay of, the political thing. The army, there's a role, there's an assignment, there's a definition of what the army will do, where it will not do. But because of the dysfunction, because of the inefficiency, because of the insensitivity of government, the army intruded itself into the body politic. When that happened, we reverted to being natives. So all the active players, and I show some of my Nima people will get vexed with me, but Jackson Doe, my Crown people, John Ramsey, maybe the Lofa people, Bien Kesseli, they all pull on their country ground now, they're native now, they're not true party people. We gave them advice and they didn't take the advice, and they Bernard Blamo, Johnson, and they all became native now. I'm not questioning, permit me to say quickly, sir, I'm not questioning their patriotism. I'm only describing to you what I saw, what I observed at Capitol building every day. All the top players, they begin to say, we gave through party advice, they didn't take the advice. Yesterday, General Duba, after 10 years as chief of staff, General Duba said he gave no advice. Imagine that kind of... Imagine that. Imagine that. So when he gave the great advice, and worst, he had to say that some higher up political people ill-advised Mr. Doe. So when you, the principal, you're supposed to receive advice, all kind, bad, good. do you have a responsibility to sort it out? More so when you begin to eye big and bad. But the military thing, Mr. Commissioner, it just turned out bad for our country. For example, the reason it turned out bad, the question you raised, you have the true we party people who were manipulating Mr. Doe for their own reasons, sir. At one point, Doe said he would make Dr. Kessley his vice president. And so the true we party, a part of that, they adjusted. Then, Harry Moniba, let me tell you how Harry Moniba was appointed. Harry Moniba, when the coup took place, Matthew was reorganizing the foreign ministry. Harry Moniba was director of European affairs. Joseph Guanu was director, I think, for the forest. They were training foreign service people. And Matthew invited them. And they say, oh, we get our own private projects, we do this, we do that. So, in a few more time, the Nima people came, that Guanu get experience, he know Bo, and this and that. So Guanu got to be in the government. They went to General Komba. General Guanu became Liberian ambassador to Washington, D.C. But the opportunity was there from day one. He could have said it. Harry Moniba, the Lofa people, he was asked directly by Matthews. Harry Moniba. Few months later, the Lofa people came, and in the government we see people now, but now the foreign service thing, so we want their position, so they nominated Harry Moniba to London as Liberian ambassador. I'm saying to you, sir, that to fix the country, we have to look at each other eyeball to eyeball and say, guys, let's do this together. Let's agree to do this. We have a difficulty to agree. We have no sense of consensus. You cannot win this country, build this country by tricking each other. And so you come because you know Doe will look your way. So when John Ramsey and his people decided, Kekula Boto and his people decided that without Doe they will not win, so they lined up. That was another win or true win party, so they formed line behind Samuel Doe. They formed a line behind Samuel Doe. When the other group tried to hustle their way, they couldn't find their way. Then Omen Jackson Doe and a brand of people, then they moved their way. So Doe come now, and they told Doe, these guys are smart. They are tricksters. They're smart people. So Doe changed his clothes. He took out a green thing. But you recall when the Kwangba thing happened, Doe put on a uniform right back. Don't put a uniform. And with all due respect to him, General Duba said he advised Doe. When? After the atrocity of 1985? When did General Duba advise Doe? After 1985? When?
Thank you very much for your testimony. I would like to ask you one or two questions, few questions for clarity.
Thank you.
You said you were the general coordinator for PAL, 1979, before the riot. And I also understand that the government refused to give you a permit for the march. And then Alba tried to negotiate between PAL and the government of Liberia to ensure that the riot didn't go on. How did the negotiation fail and why did it fail?
I wish I could tell you why it failed, but I can't. Why it failed? No. I The government was trying to avoid these young people coming up en masse. When you put politics, is about head count. Head, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, head count. The government was afraid that when power comes up with a show of force, with a number, it will send a different message. And they were trying to prevent that. They didn't want power to show force. Politics is number, my friend. It's number.
For power leadership, looking at your position, the government had upper hand because they had all the security and you had nothing. At the time, did you foresee any risks to your people?
I didn't have, you said we had nothing, government had security. We didn't feel that way. We had the people. We had the people. The government had security. Yes. The government armed their people, yes. But think back, for the work we did, the army came and the army sat. The army didn't just come out to sit down to no. Some effort, organized effort was put into that. Yes, when you dealing, you're talking about the enjoyment, the level of enjoyment that these people, they had the money, they had the flexibility to do anything and everything, and somebody was trying to bring it, to put question mark to it. We knew that they would fight back. Oh man, Councillor Nadesir Branner told us that. Councillor Billy Harris told us that. Twan Red told us that. And thousands of people, they told us that the True Party would fight. It was no surprise. No surprise. It's because of our anticipation that they would do what they're capable of doing. That's why our outreach effort was rich. We reached out to all kinds of people in this town because we knew we have developed a clear sense of what True Party people can do or not do. And we were convinced that True Party historically have counted 2 + 2 to be 10. They always counted 5 + 5, 20. 1 + 1, 9. They had no sense of count.
You said the government brought the army outside and the army started getting used to staying out. And in your testimony you mentioned something about then you interacted with the army. And then you mentioned something about Thomas Wesen. Did Thomas Wesen go to Powell office? Was he assigned there during the Rest Riot? Is there any link?
They brought the army out.
Yes.
Thomas Wesen, General Kwomba, then they were all these guys were non-commissioned people. They all came out. Okay. Yes. The government truck, they brought the army from Todi. They brought the army from Lamra. They brought the guys from Shuffling. Yeah. It just happened that I knew Wesen, and I saw him. And I told you yesterday, for example, Johnson, the deputy director of police, I knew him. So I placed him there. I knew Gerald Riches because we were all in the YMCA Hawaii debates. So I saw him. I placed him. I saw Dimita. I studied class with Dimita at both AGM and St. Patrick's. I saw him there. So I placed him. I told you Bishop Brown was there. I placed him.
I want us to go back. You said sometimes in October 11, Powell was supposed to go to court, but the Supreme Court was closed down. Can you tell us why the Supreme Court was closed down? Did the court give you, confirm the date that power was going to be there that day? Or was it a coincidence?
Madam Commissioner, that's a fine question. Looking back on history, the good thing about the question you raise, you have lawyers on your panel. That's a good thing. And all of you lawyers, all of you guys, the whole panel, you guys are all professionals. We announced October 11 will take the documents of the Progressive People Party to court. That was the announcement. That was a statement we issued. We woke up on the morning of October 11. The Supreme Court was closed. The army barrack was open. And your question is, do you know why? And why the Supreme Court was closed? No, ma'am. No, ma'am. We could not go and ask Jimmy Pierre. No. Why? Why should we? The court was closed. The end. Lord help me. The poor people, when they are faced with difficulty, or let's say every human being, if obstacle is put in your way, the smartest thing to do is to pull back. For whatever reason, Jimmy A. Pierre closed the Supreme Court or the Temple of Justice, it was not important to us. What was important to us was the courts were closed. The Supreme Court, the Temple of Justice facility was shut down, including the probate court. For us, that's all we needed to know. And when we got to know, we made a sensible decision to go home and go sleep. And we decided that now that, because maybe we made the announcement that on the 11th we'll go to court, so now we not made no announcement. So when 1 week, 2 weeks later, instead of making the big announcement, reading plenty book, we quietly creep into the place and file our little papers. And we said, at the time we said, if the court asks us to bring pink paper, we change our paper and make them pink. If the court said they want 11 by 20, we find paper, cut it, and make it 11 by 20. Whatever they ask for, we're ready to do. I said then and now, we are law-abiding people. We poor people, we can't afford this thing. It's expensive. And so imagine going to take up a case with Oliver Bright, to say you will challenge Jimmy A. Pierre, the veteran lawyer. We couldn't. We had no standing to appear before Treason, the Attorney General of Liberia, 1979, to go talk about the legal intricacies, the law. Treason? You were fighting a losing battle because the guy was knowledgeable, ma'am. Jimmy Pierre was one of Liberia's best. And we will go question him why the court is closed. Jimmy Pierre?
He said, while you are in post-stocking, you sustained an injury on your thigh. Did you assist any medical treatment while you were there?
They brought some army soldier. The army man came, and he happened to be another native person who maybe because of skill rise to the top. He gave me some medicine. He gave me, I remember he gave me, what is stuff name? I think terramycin or something. And he told me to open it and put the stuff, so it would dry, He did well, but what I remember about the help that was given me, he came and he said, when they carried me in, he said, so what's your name again? You the bad one? They say you the bad one, and you are sick, and I should see you. Then he said, you know what I want you to do? Don't break. Don't break. He said you will be here for a while, and they will do all sort of stuff to you in this place. Don't break. All of us out there, we are praying for you. And before other people would come, he gave me this small tablet. That was it. And what I remember that morning, it was not the medication. It was the pat on the back that what I was doing, it was not wrong after all. Because I needed that. Let me tell you what happened to us, all of us. We had nobody. We had nobody. The only thing we have ourselves. Our relatives were even afraid to own us. Because when you own us, then true we party will go against you. And so the only thing we have, who are our own. That's all we had. We had to take care of each other. And the only thing we would say or do, or to say to each other, you got to stay there. I went to post-Take. I had an ulcer stomach. I have a very bad stomach. And my friend was scared that wherever it was in post-Take that I would die. Matthews. And the first day I remember, they took me in, I was bleeding profusely. And he said to me, Carlor, you always, that stomach business, you got to find a way. That stomach got to stop. That stomach got to stop because you'll be here for long. And I have to confess today that my stomach never bothered me all the time we're in post-Take. Never. Never. And the good Lord has a way of taking care of his own. People who are in the religious business, God has always taken care of his own.
Thank you. I'm so sorry for those experiences. As a social worker, I want you to help us to look back. Because if you look at our nation history, initially we had problem with color. Later on they said American and Indigenous. Then later on, there's something we call ethnicity that stepped in. Based on your professional background, what can we do as a nation to move forward?
I'd like to start with admission that the native people get nowhere to go. I'd like to start with the admission that what we call Congo people get nowhere to go. I say we all have to accept that we all live here, we get old here, and we all fizzle, we'll die. That's the first commitment, that's the first admission that we have to make to each other. Regardless of what you think about me or what I think about you, you will be here, you're a Liberian. for me, when we decide that we accept each other, then we can elevate the discussion to, so what do you expect of me? What are your expectations? And I must come and say, this is what I expect of you. You come and say, Karn, this is what I expect of you. So we need to define the boundaries. Where do we see each other? Where is our country today? Where are we, all of us? We need to agree on where we are. We need to agree that we live here the rest of our life. Yes, some will always run away and go to America. Some will run away and go to Ghana and all of that. But you will always come back. My older son, he always asks me, why do you want to go to Africa? Africa, you know, every day we see stuff, they just fighting, they're killing each other. Why do you want to go there? There are Liberians who, if you were to, they have a fear. Those Liberians abroad who want to come home, what they don't want to come home to do is to walk on and down from ministry to ministry looking for a job. But the professional Liberian abroad, more so people my age, they won't come home. They really won't come home. But the fear they have is when they come here, everybody big and bad. And so why, you don't want to, I can afford and take abuse anywhere on the face of this earth. I cannot take abuse here. No. This is a major public corporation. I have a share in it. So we Liberians must accept that this is our place. Yes, maybe because of some training here, there you here, and the other man here, but I too need to be respected. Now we got to learn to respect each other. The whole question of community, nationhood, nation, where is that? We have to define what country we want to live in. The question you raise is about what do we want, what is it that I want to be? Because maybe where you want to be, that is the same thing I want to be. You want to be able to send your children to school. You want to be able to, you got to be able as a mother or as a father to put food on the table every day for your son or for your children. When you wake up in the morning and you cannot, and you look in your mind and you cannot provide for your children, just think about it. And you think it's okay for those people, those thousands and millions of people who cannot put food on their table, you think it's okay? I say, yes, I want to do social work stuff, but for me it's common sense. It's common sense that I get up in the morning, I must have something to eat. If Karn Carlor Jr. cannot go to school, then my whole mission on this earth is defeated. If any Carlor child cannot go to school on this earth, on this little real estate that be allotted to us, any person who has senior blood, any person who has Kalwewulai blood, any person who has Falicity blood, and they cannot go to school. My aunt, when they opened the Sino Highway, some car knocked her down one morning. And they passed through the village, and entered the car knocked down, and she was rolling. And they lifted her, and they poured down. And all day my father was trying to wait for a car to stop through the village. And she was just bleeding. she was bleeding. She was bleeding. She was bleeding. And later on, my father finally got some car. We lived about almost 4 hours from Greenville. By the time they got to Greenville, she was dead. She was dead. How many poor people die like that every day in our country? 1995, 96, TF faculty and couple of guys, young people, they were, they were all in the TLA, the interim assembly. My mother, we went to Catholic hospital, my younger brother and myself, to find some help. And while we were there, the people ran to the building. They said this accident had taken place, Old Road Junction and the main boulevard. They parked by John F. Kennedy Memorial Hospital, the government-owned hospital, and they came to Catholic Hospital because the accident, about 4 or 5 people badly wounded. They got to the hospital, no doctor. No doctor. No certified nurse. No social worker. They had some little aid, usually they gave little tablet and stuff. And they brought this other boy, oh God, what's his name? Nyeswa. They brought Nyeswa. The car knocked this guy down. One person had a leg like this. One person had an arm like this. But if you raise a clinical question, there's a way when somebody is involved in an accident, there's a way to hold a body so you hold it together. And yet what everybody was telling him like this. But they brought Louis Brown and he was bleeding internally. It took me 2 hours to find a doctor. So people saw me, so I just rolled up my sleeve. I decided to be a social worker now. They were in the hospital and no social worker there, and somebody else would be there. They brought this guy, Nyeswa was there. They told Nyeswa dead body and just dump it right there. So I called the guys in the place. I said, look, suppose the person relative come and they will your lay the body like that, you tell all right, I beg you, go find some white cloth, you go find some sheet, let you wrap it up and make it look nice and hide it so they can't just see it like that. The Nyeswa was bleeding. It took her TF faculty, it took her 2 hours. And guess what? The next morning he died. All right? Haji Nkrumah spoke to this place yesterday, or day before yesterday. Nkrumah designee, Maurice Dukley, was speaker of the interim arrangement. What did he do? What did he really say? He could have helped Liberia. That man was a man that was allocating the state resources. Nkrumah wanted a bank. Nkrumah wanted every financial institution. His brother was Minister of Finance. And JFK had no money. Nkrumah was appointing somebody to telecom. They were breaking telecom down. What did he do? What did he say? He issued denial. So let's assume, let's give him the benefit of the doubt that he did not shoot anybody. So what else did he do? Yeah.
you very much. I'll ask one more question, but you ready now? Yes, and looking back at what really happened in this country from 1979 to 2003. In your testimony, you mentioned how the ordinary people died, and knowing that every sector in this society was affected. If you are asked, do you have any regret?
My greatest regret, Madam Commissioner, is that Liberia, after 30 years, that we are back 100 years. That's my greatest regret. How come? And that was the point that I was making to you yesterday. The fact that you agree, you had a debate, you had a discussion, and you agreed to do 1979. That is the problem, Biggie. That is the problem.
But the chairman told you yesterday why...
No. I agree with the explanation. But I'm saying that is the problem. The war, the April 14, that, it was about people being able to be people. I'm citizen. I have an expectation of my state. The pivotal institution in society is the institution, is a political institution. The political institution, they divide the goods and services. They divide the resources. How come Etenyuan didn't have a clinic? Because if we have clinic in Kojai, if we have clinic in Betuo, if we have clinic in Foya, then maybe some of this Liberia ranks among the highest in the world. Every 1,200 women that go to the hospital to have a baby, 100 die. 100 or more die. Every 1,200 children that are born to Liberian family, before the children get, before they are 30 days old, 100 or more die. Why? And so you want to make believe, and we Liberians look like we are good at that. We want to make believe that things are okay. And then why a power company with you? A power company sharply. Because things have never been okay here, Biggie. Things have never been okay. Things have been okay for Monrovia people. And we have the sense that because car running on Ashmore Street, and you have Paynes Avenue, and you have Mama Point, then things are okay. But I live West Point right down the road, ma'am. I live West Point. Go right behind your slabway, my friend, and you learn a thing or two that life is not just okay. Can't you see? Can't we see? Do we want to debate about that again? And the reason is like that. In order to have a serious argument about how resources are allocated on the basis of needs, on the basis of population, is when all of us form a round table, equal. That's why my grandfather used to say, the poor people's situation will not change until we are able to elect our own sons and daughters into the Senate and into the House. And God bless us all. When they get into the Senate and into the House, they will have some common sense. My grandfather used to say that. We don't want some assholes in the place and fooling around. No, we don't want that. We don't want that. We want people who understand why they're in the Senate and in the House.
Mr. Witness.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Witness,
Yes, sir.
may I caution you, please?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Use of language.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Mr. Witness, please give me some song.
Did I do something?
Good morning, Mr. Witness. I'm Commissioner Councilor Pearl Brown Bull. Yesterday, I think for the 4 hours, you only referred to Mr. Chairman.
The panel.
Yes,
Okay.
Chairman of the panel, you never referred,
The
but
panel.
there were 7 other people, your commissioners here.
When I talked
So
to the
we are
chairman,
the commissioners who will ask the questions now.
when I talked to the chairman, I thought I was speaking through the chairman to the panel.
Okay. No. Now, Mr. Witness, you want me to call you Mr. Witness or Honorable Carlor?
Call me Karn. Call me anything.
Okay. I will call you Mr. Witness.
Okay.
Mr. Witness, like yesterday, when you spoke, you referred to those sitting in the Atari shop.
Oh, my man.
And, yeah, listen. And when I finish with the question, I will say answer or finish.
Okay.
So I would like to keep on train of thoughts.
Okay.
You refer to those sitting in the Atari shop, and you refer to the audience. That's very good, because we are making history and we're writing history, and we thank God that we have those who are around to give us the facts, especially so that they've sworn on an oath to tell the truth. And they are aware of the fact that if you tell a lie, you'll be subject to perjury. It's good because those who out there are many who might know some facts that we don't know, and we also encourage them to write us or text us, the commissioners, or send papers so we'll be able to know the facts, because not everything we know like they do know out there. So we're happy, but also it shows there are people in the audience and in the radio land who were not around during that time. So whatever is said, they will have to believe it unless something else to the contrary. So we thank you very much for coming to be a part of this truth-telling process. According to you, you left the country December 12th. You arrived in New York December 12, 1981. Can you please tell me the date that when did you arrive in the country, and the different times you arrived, and when will you be leaving, if you are leaving? But before answering a question, I would like to refer you to the TRC Act, Article 4, Section 4A, that gives the period during which the TRC is mandated to cover. Article 4, Section 4A says 1979 to October 14, 2003. It further says, notwithstanding this period, any person upon application or group of person or group may pursue the objectives set forth in this Article 4, the mandate of the Constitution, in respect of any other period preceding 1979. So my question will be, within that period, up to October 14, 2003, October 15, 2003, and to present, it is not within our purview. And I will encourage you to limit yourself to that period also. Please tell me, answer, you left 1981, when did you come back? When was the last time you came? And when do you intend to go, or if you are here?
Let me respectfully say, Madam Commissioner, it's good you are a lawyer. That's what I'm happy about. You are a lawyer. And let me also say, it's good that you are a political person. You're not just another lawyer. You come, you ask me when I left and when I'm leaving and when I will not leave.
On what you said when you left.
It's not important.
It
I
is.
respectfully say it's not important. Secondly, may I complete, please?
Yeah.
You said, and you must be limited. That is the problem. I told you already. I have a sharp disagreement with where you drew the line in 1979. Because the problem of our country did not start in 1979, Madam Commissioner, and you know that.
I said I read a portion that says you can go before that. So if you want to go before then, the law says you can go before.
Who wrote the law? People wrote the law, Madam Commissioner.
And we have to abide by the law.
I will abide by it. But when the law is not correct, you should state it. It's not correct. To make believe the law, you guys promulgated that. You guys wrote it. You prepare it, you took it to the Senate, they approve it. That law didn't just get up, Madam Commissioner, in the morning and they pass it. Somebody prepare it. And I'm saying the logic for preparing that law is faulty. Now we can proceed with the discussion.
Thank you.
Having made that point.
Thank you. You left December 12, 1981. When did you return to Liberia?
May I ask the panel that's my private life? I'm a Liberian, I'm here. That's what matters.
Mr. Witness, we are truth-telling.
I take the fifth.
And
take the fifth.
We did not know you stated here. I arrived in New York December 12, 1981. Before that, you said those in Winston alleged coup, when they killed those people, I lost interest in government. I arrived in New York December 12, 1981. So, because you also testified from 1981, you testify on incidents, time, places, dates, personalities from 1981 up to 2003. So to be able to know whether it's something that you were present or you know of or your source, that's the reason. But I didn't go to put on when you left. You stated it to us, and that's why I asked.
In support of civil conversation.
But if you take the fifth on it, we take note of that.
No. I will exercise my right to take favor not to. Okay. And say it's important to you, I will give it to you.
Thank you.
But I wanted you to know that I have that right. And I know my right. That's all the point I wanted to make. Having said that, I left here December 12. I arrived in New York December 13. I returned to the country in 1992, January 4th. Is that okay, ma'am?
1992. When? January 4th.
January 4th, 1992.
January 4th, 19. And you've been in Liberia since 2003?
I returned to New York September 5, 1997. I returned to Monrovia February 27, 1988. Is that okay, ma'am?
Oh, no, but hold on. The first one was January 4th, 1992, but you came before January 4th, 1992. That's what you see now.
Let me come again.
Yeah.
Maybe it will help the panel.
Yeah.
I left Monrovia December 12. I arrived in New York December 13. I stayed in New York from December 13 to January 4, 1992. I left Liberia September 5, 1997. I returned to Liberia February 27, 2008.
February 2008? February 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So the period between December 13 to 1981 to January 4th, 1992, you were not in Liberia. So what you spoke about was either what you read or you heard.
What did I speak about, ma'am?
I'm just trying to place it. Anyway, I would like to ask you. Yes, I would like the premise, yes. Secondly, you said in your opening statement, let's talk about you. You talk about your grandfather in Sano County who was living on the land of Associate Justice Witherspoon, who gave him a portion of land, and he gave, he was supposed to give some till the land, and Mr. Witherspoon asked him to give for shelter from 1920 to 1961. But you said your grandfather told you that whenever the native people had issues, there was nobody to represent them. So he told his children to go to school and to go to law school. You talk about your brother, Counselor S. Edward Carlor, who graduated from the Louis Arthur Grimes School of Law, 1968, your grandson. But I said to you, Counselor Carlor, when he graduated in 1968 from the Louis Arthur Grimes School, he did not go to Sino to take up what his father said. In fact, he worked in the Henry's law firm on Benson Street up to 1980. So, is that correct?
Counselor, I find you to be very amusing. My brother is a product of the system, madam. My brother is a product of the system. S. Edward Carlor graduated from Arthur Grimes School of Law, 1968, like I said. George Henry taught him at a law school. George Henry, the son of Richard Henry, Speaker of the House of Representatives, taught my brother. Speaker Richard Abraham Henry ran one of the powerful law firms in this country prior to his death. George Henry wanted the best and the brightest in a father law firm, because that was their family pepper bush. My brother was recruited.
And he accepted that?
Of course, yes, he did. He had any other alternative? Now, let me tell you something more than that then. Says you won't go that road.
No, I'm not going the road. I'm asking the questions.
You are, ma'am. You are. You are. And what I like to say is, you got to understand something about this system. You got to understand something about this system. And that is, you said my brother didn't go to Sino. My brother graduated from law school before the current Supreme Court Justice, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Johnny Lewis. He too from Sino. Johnny Lewis' father was a presiding judge of the Sino Circuit. Now remember now, my brother graduated from law school before Johnny Lewis. Samson Carlor is an outsider to the system. When Judge Louis passed, the True We Party named Johnny Lewis presiding judge of Sino. Do you understand that? Do you?
All right. The next question. You also said, pertaining to you, that this government will not be until the, I don't know, you call it indigenous or people take power in politics and government. Your brother became a lawyer, like your grandfather said, and you said before where he was part of the system. You came to Monrovia 1962, according to what you said here. I'm only asking you questions on what was said by you.
No, that's fair.
Yes.
That's fair.
You came 1962. You became the general coordinator of Monrovia branch of PAR. And in fact, you were invited 1978 by D.K. Wansole in Nima. And after, so you became educated. After that, you said when the coup took place, you were among those who were recruited. In fact, I won't call it recruited or what, assigned or appointed. And you went to the Capitol building and worked with former Vice President Wen Sen. Is that correct? As what, please? As coordinator?
Madam Commissioner?
Yeah. Just want to verify that.
No, I know. I understand your effort. It's just that you find it difficult. And the reason you find it difficult because you're a true party person.
Yes.
That's the reason you find it difficult. You see, if you were sitting on the panel and help yourself to be neutral in having a civil conversation, you will do very well. But you walk in the tightrope, trying to be true with party and be a member of the panel. That's the difficulty you having this morning. Having said that,
Mr. Witness, I'm only asking you questions based on what you have said, nothing else.
I understand.
Yes.
I work with members of the People Redemption Council, Madam. I serve as general coordinator to the council. And I work with Westside, with Podia, with Koongba, with SK, because they were the leaders of the council.
Could you tell me what were your functions your function as coordinator?
I perform staff and policy role.
Staff
and policy role.
And policy role. Now, you worked, according to you, from 1980 until 1981 when they killed Wen Sen, because 4 months thereafter they killed Wen Sen, August 1981, and you left December 1981. And I quote the words that you said. You said, why they killed those people, I lost interest. Then you said you went to America. You say that's when you came to the end of your journey. We failed the revolution. And we kicked Samuel Doe out. We raised the voices in the hall of the Congress, USA. That's what you said. So, did you become disillusioned after they killed Wen Sen Kadut? I just want to say this what you said. And you said, and we kicked Samuel Doe out by raising the voices in the hall of Congress.
No, hear what I say, Madam.
That's why it's recorded.
No, yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I said to you, Madam, I said to this panel, I testified before this panel that when the kill was signed, our country, I understand all our politics stuff, all our taking side business. I understand that. But our country, Madam, when the coup took place, the PRC executed 13 people. They went on record to say that, and I said to you, PRC manifesto or whatever was delivered April 14, 1980. I like to think that you guys have a copy. If you do read it again, they said that this is why they removed the True We Party. That's what they said. And for me, that was important, that they don't do the very thing they said True We Party people did. For me, that was very critical, man. You say the people corrupt, so you kill them. And then, less than 6 months, those very tendencies start to creep into the hall of power. I was frightened by that, man. I was frightened by that. I thought that impacted in a significant way on my value as a person. So, okay, they kill them, they finish killing them, you can't bring them back, so let's correct the thing we say they did. And in my mind, PRC could not correct it.
Okay.
They didn't live up to it.
And you
And so, and worse, we got ourselves into a debate that I guess maybe when Professor Sawyer, Dr. Sawyer comes here, the whole question of the Cold War, the whole question of the East and West dynamics, when he comes, let him play us for us. Because what was rooted in our debate, we drew ourselves, we became the cloth between the scissors. And when we were looking for, we didn't have clinic.
excuse me, when you say we, who are you referring to now?
I'm talking about the government of the People's Redemption Council, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm speaking as member of that council body. I'm speaking as coordinator to that body. That body, 1980, ma'am, I was making the argument that I don't have clinic in West Point, ma'am. I'm only interested to get clinic in West Point. I don't have road in Betuo, in Foya. That's all I'm interested in. Whether I get it from the Soviet Union, I get it from the American, I get it from some Arab state. For me, I needed help for my people. And that's where we were trying to draw the council people, and the council people pulled themselves into the East and West debate.
All right.
That's all I'm saying, ma'am.
You said, did I just want confirmation? Did you say that Thomas Kuyampa arrested Winston on April 12, 1981 or April 11, 1980, or that Thomas Kuyampa was the one who arrested Winston?
Thomas Kuyampa, the commanding general of the Armed Forces of Liberia, on August 10, 1981.
You said that Doe met with the chiefs on August 13, who gave support for Winston to be killed. Did you say that?
Yes, ma'am, I did. The chiefs were brought here, were invited here by the Minister of Internal Affairs, Oscar Jaikuya. When they came, Oscar Jaikuya was arrested on Sunday. They thrown into jail. By Wednesday, Doe convened the chiefs and reported to the chiefs that his friends wanted to kill him, and he wanted their advice, and the chief told him, well, anyone want to kill you or kill them, so he killed them.
Mr. Witness, and when was Winston killed?
I believe Wesson was killed August 13. The announcement was he would be killed August 14. I do not believe he was killed August 14. He was killed August 13.
Now, you've said that you've given your position, what you were doing with the TRC government policy and administration. I would like to know also, before that question, was there any, because the TRC government also...
PRC, you mean?
PRC government with their mandate was there any relationship? Because right after Wensen died, you left, as you say, you were finished with government. And was there any relationship between members of the PPP and members of the PRC? When we say relationship, we're talking about family relationship, like what they say, nepotism or so. Was there any relationship?
Madam, I understand your question.
That you know?
I came into the government, madam, with clear credentials. I earned the right to be there. And I say to you respectfully, I earned the right to even be in the government here today. I'm a Liberian.
I asked, was there within your knowledge to you
I'm not going to go there because it's not important.
Was related?
What is important is competent, madam.
Okay, Mr. Witness.
Hey.
From the information I have here is that, so this way you can verify, because we have a lot of people coming and telling the truth from what they perceive. So for us to be able to verify what we write, we have to verify, because some of them are myth and some are rumors and some are lies. Were you, or are you, because he's dead, are you related to the late Wensen by consanguinity, by blood? Are you related to him? Yes or no?
My response to you, madam, is not substantive. Because I came to this business, I earned the right. Secondly, madam, my relationship or no relationship did not place me in PRC.
I'm not asking
that
whether,
way you are asking.
I'm not asking whether relationship place you. I asked the question, are you related?
I take the fifth.
You take the fifth?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right. I submit that I have information that you are related to Wensen.
God bless your information.
Thank you. All right. The next question. Are you aware of the Marcus Garvey High School? At that time, the Marcus Garvey High School?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you aware that Master Samuel Canyon Doe was also a student at the Marcus Garvey High School? Were you aware of that?
I never attended Marcus Garvey's. I have no relationship with Marcus Garvey. So therefore, I don't know who was and who is not.
Okay.
Or who taught there and who didn't teach there.
Okay, thank you. That you didn't know who taught there, who went there. Okay.
It's not my place.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. You said that so would you admit that you organize and mobilize people against the Doe government?
No, I did not.
Okay. Notwithstanding the fact you say we kicked Doe out.
We never kicked Doe out because Doe was never kicked out. The military kicked the military wall of 1990 or 1989 on kicked Doe out. I said to you, let me repeat what I said, madam. I said, when I left here, after 2-3 years in America, I became very active in the Union Liberian Association. I said, I testified in Congress that the government was not productive and should be removed. That's what I said.
Mr. Witness, you gave the names of those that the PRC government members from PAL and PPP that the PRC government called to work along with them. And you said you were included and you say you were qualified to hold that position. Can you please give me now, for the public, also your credentials that made you qualify to work in the position, hold the position that you held, because you said you were qualified for that position. So could you give us your qualification so we can put it down?
I said to you, madam, that the PRC recruited people from the True Party. I said they recruited people from the military. They recruited people from the Progressive. The only qualification to me you need, madam, to be anything in this place, this 47,000 square mile if you want to, or 37,000 square mile, is to be a Liberian. That's the only qualification you need to be here.
Lack of education and experience. Once you're a Liberian, I take that you say you qualify. Thank you.
You're
anyway,
welcome.
You refer to the Soil Constitution Commission that wrote the Constitution of Constitution. I also heard you said that when Doe call and ask, how about Sawyer? Say he could put his name there.
I said he's a good man.
He's a good man, making chairman.
Yeah.
Then you recommended DK Wansale,
Yes.
who was co-chair.
Yes.
Co-chair first, then Pal.
Yes.
Okay, and then there are 25 names.
And True Party people were on our panel also, ma'am.
Yeah. Could you name the True Party person? Because two things, and I will get to that. There were 25 persons on that commission. I assume they were put there by names of people who knew their names, as well as people who felt they were good and qualified. But I'm thinking about the role of women during that time. How did you all, when you made your government, feel about women? Because now I see you are the coordinator, the policy maker, helping in the legislature. One of your people came here from PAL and Moja who stated that on the morning, you know, that they gave lists, the name which confirmed that the list that people had, they didn't know, people gave lists of people, whether for their protective custody or knowledge to work in the government. People we've been able to substantiate who gave names, and at least Dr. Sawyer know who really confirmed him being there. But women, of the 25 persons, there were only one woman, Rebecca Ware Wilson, who was a teacher that was put on that list.
Yeah.
And then, secondly, first we thought the True Party were people of whatever descent. But then you talk about Dr. Casualty, Edward Bayan Casualty, and you talk about him like a True Party man, and he came and they put on the Constitutional Assembly Commission, and they tore apart the Soil Constitution. Those words were what you use, like, because they wanted to make him vice chair. Because that's what I asked, the period of time that you were in this country to know these facts, or whether or not people told you. Because also, yes, the Constitutional Advisory Assembly list too. And I tell you, submit how they were formed. Okay, I'll ask the question because he said these lists were chosen by Sawyer, by Doe, and those who were next to him. But the Constitutional Advisory Assembly, the 59 people who went on it, they were elected. They were elected by the 15 the political subdivision in the country, the counties, and the territory. They were elected by the people to represent the areas. And Casualty was not chosen by, and he was elected by the 58 persons. Just like the commission here on the TRC, the commissioners elected the chairman. Nobody from outside chose our chairman. So he was elected from among there, and the people who sat there was elected politically from their political subdivision. Because why? There are people who outside who were not there then, so whatever they said, we will take it.
Madam Chair, may I say this, please?
Yeah, so just for clarity.
No, I understand what you're trying to do. Don't do a disservice to the panel because you're trying to justify something that went wrong. Don't do a disservice to the panel.
I'm not justifying, I'm giving the facts.
I'm pleading with you because you're trying to defend how they were put together. Why you want to go there?
Because you said, from what you gave, if you didn't bring it up, I wouldn't have.
I said to you,
facts.
I said, Madam Commissioner, I said that Dr. Casualty presided over the assembly in Banga. That's what I said. And I went further than that. I said to you, if you want to argue, take the soil, the product that was laid before. Were you a member of that Banga assembly, by the way?
By the way, I was.
Now I can understand that.
From Maserado. So I'm giving the facts.
Arrest.
And there was still only 3 women with 59, 56 men. The role of women.
Madam, my record, a lot of us who got in their work, my commitment to women and women issue is clear. It is clear.
What's your commitment to women issues?
Just a minute, ma'am. Education, health, the rule of law. For me, my mother, Madam Commissioner, my mom cannot read, she cannot write. That woman worked every day to sell farina, to sell fufu, to send me to school. I know what mothers can do. I know what good mothers can do. And so, for me, it's to reduce the burden on women, on poor women, and even middle-class women, to create the institution that will work. I can never, ever, my lifetime, compromise on those institutions that affect daily living. It's women who are preoccupied by their children eating or not eating. Most time, or oftentimes, the men are not there. And for me, bringing relief to those institutions is cardinal, man.
Yes, Mr. Witness, just as you said, the issue of women and coming to that. In the 1847 Constitution, the women have dower right. That was taken out of the Constitution. And since you said dissecting the soil Constitution, and in that it was taken out and nothing was put there. But in this Constitution, if you look at Article 23A, it did talk about women, the rights, especially women like your mother, when they asked for the legislature to enact law for the devolution of estate and establish right of inheritance for both spouses, statutory and customary marriage, so to give adequate protection for surviving spouses and children. So this constitutional Casualty even provided for mothers like your mother and others' mothers, and now they can inherit.
And so let's celebrate that for a moment.
Yes, so
let's celebrate that. Okay. That whatever document that was prepared by the Sawyer Commission, they gave it to you to upgrade it, not to break it down. And I'm arguing the document that was handed to you, you destroy it. That's the point I'm making. That document I gave it to you, ma'am, all the social justice components were taken out.
Could you name some of them?
Read the 2 documents. I'm not going to do it. You read the 2 documents. You have them.
Mr. Witness, we will appreciate for you to read that or tell which part, because it's listening.
Counselor, you are a lawyer. Please stop this. You are a lawyer. Stop this. You have the 2 documents with you. The Sawyer document and the Casualty document. Lay them side by side and tell the Liberian people whether one was not butchered over the other. I'm saying, I went further to clarify this, ma'am. I'm saying all of the social justice component in the Sawyer document were taken out. Now challenge that. I'll take you before the Supreme Court so we debate it. You're a lawyer.
Mr. Witness, I hope that would make the people take the 2 documents and the 3 constitution and read it to see the facts.
I'll be very glad.
You said
I hope all of the kids that are sitting in the Atai shop at all the colleges and universities will find the 2 documents, look at them, and challenge Councillor Boo. Don't challenge her as a member of PR or TRC, challenge her as a lawyer and member of True We Party.
Yes. Mr. Witness, you said also, quote, I'm only quoting, quote, the country is better today than it was then. So could you please name the ways in which the country is better from the period 1979 to 2003 than it was then?
Before 1979, ma'am, there were ministries and agencies of government in the town native children could not run. If you native, they could not make you Minister of Justice. They could not make you Minister of Foreign Affairs. They could not make you Minister of Finance, and on and on and on. That's number one. Today, Kafua is Minister of Finance or designated. Two, if you look in the Ministry of Justice, where the privileges of the princesses were protected, guess who is Solicitor General?
Are you through?
I am, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness. But Momolu Dukle was Secretary of State. That is equivalent to a foreign minister. So what was he?
But there's something about Momolu Dukle, ma'am, that maybe you will not tell these people. Momolu Dukle was a holdover for J. Rural Graham to be ready to take over as Minister of Foreign Affairs.
What was his tribe or his descendant, his descent?
Madam. You are raising, ma'am. You know, I continue to argue. I will hope and pray that this panel will go in chamber because
what was his descent? I submit he was from the Mandingo tribe.
Yes, ma'am. There are some natives that fell through the crack in this system, ma'am. And Omer Dukle, a very good man, a very smart man, fell through the crack. But they could not make him Secretary of State, ma'am.
He was Secretary of State.
Stop this. You're talking history now.
He was, right?
You want me to discuss the history? I'm not talking about Doris Pine, ma'am.
No, I'm asking you, was he Secretary of State?
Listen. I'm telling you, ma'am, how this guy, he fell through the crack first. All right?
Please tell us your history.
Hear me, ma'am. And what I'm saying to you, you have a very good man that said, turn from your right, from your side. Ask him. When you're going chamber, ask him and to have the conversation on how and when and why he became Secretary of State, ma'am. Ask him. You're calling on a panel. Because what you are raising a historical argument that had a basis in the ethnicity of this place, the inequality and inefficiency and chronism. That's what you're raising, and you're forcing me to engage you in a conversation that's not fair to this panel. Because I will turn out to be disrespectful, and that's not good. That's not good, ma'am.
Mr. Witness, thank you very much, but I see his name is on the list as Secretary of State.
I'm not doubting that, ma'am.
I see Massacre and Goskin as Minister of Education.
Goskin, I live in the house with Goskin, ma'am.
Yes.
Goskin came from school 1965, and the Ministry of Education was in trouble. This native boy who came with PhD, they taught me how to find a way out, ma'am.
So he helped to find a way out for education, so his name should go down in history.
But we're not talking about that. We're saying to you, ma'am, there are some ministries in this town, they will not just assign a native. That's all I'm saying, ma'am. Now, if by some chance, some stroke of luck, Omer Dukle became Secretary of State, the international community made a demand. Let me say this to the young people here. The international community, when Grams came from school, young, smart, very bright, he came from Colombia. J. Rural Grams. He came from Colombia. And Totma, they had Dennis and all these people. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they call it the First Ministry.
you have to have the value of this establishment. Because it's there where they drink wine and where they toast to the queens and kings. You can't just send some old native there. You have to send someone who is culture. That's the kind of people you send to the court of St. James. You know what they call court of St. James? That England, London. To go to London, you have to be culture. And they did not believe that a native was sufficiently cultured. Now, when crimes came in, Duclair, he's a career diplomat. He was. He worked his life, but they did not want to make this native Secretary of State. And so he acted for a very long time. And you said your assignment on this panel is to organize the historical facts.
Yes, that's what we want.
And I'm pleading with this panel that when you want to organize historical facts, you cannot be biased, and you are. And you are. And I don't think for what we like to see happen, all of this commission, to identify the issue, you need to come with clean hands, ma'am, and your hands are not clean.
Mr. Witness, you, in your testimony, you said that you gave the name Oscar Quia, Marcus Matthew, you and others left the PRC by 1983. Do you want us to believe that after I saw the PPP was no longer in the PRC government, how that means, did that mean that you all were the only ones that were in the PRC government? Because you said then the PRC,
Could
you name the other people who were still in the PRC government?
PRC was not organized on the basis of PPP or True Party. People came from those institutions to make their contribution as Liberian to our government. Our government that found itself in transition. Oscar came, he was working at the material department in Lamco as a business person with a business background. So he worked at Lamco. When the government was formed, and coming from PAL added to his credential, added to his strength, and so they named him. But it was not PAL that came. You know, for example, Gabriel did not come because you are PPP. You know, Gabriel graduated with 4.0. 4.0 grade average. You know that. You know that, don't you?
Mr. Witness, we're talking for the public to know those facts.
No, okay.
Because what we're doing for those who in the Atari shop and those that they don't know certain facts,
that's
so
true.
we want
that's true. No, so but the point I'm making about that,
maybe the panel or so.
No, but the point I'm making that people didn't come to the play because they were breaking moja. They brought in Boyman family who had a very good grasp of the issue.
I'm talking about because it's your statement that you made.
I understand that.
I'm trying to find out that, like, when you took your exit, cause that's why you said those people, like, were they the only PPP people? You know, because the PRC, from what you say one thing and what others will say, it came in with a government of inclusion to get in everybody, PPP, Moja, every group, True Party, or any other group, and now you've brought in also the intellectuals and people who had good grades. Although at the same time, you said that the qualification at one point here right now, the qualification for entering was that you were Liberian. So, you know, yes.
Even today, Councillor, I would hope that the number one qualification to recruit should be you should be a Liberian.
No.
All the other thing that you know, when you co-pan border, you a mother. You co-pan border, you pour in P4, you pour in dry meal, all that kind of thing, that you just fix it up.
Okay.
But the key ingredient for service is you a Liberian.
Now, Mr. Witness, the PPP and some other group, but I'll put you to the PPP because they have other authorities for other areas who would speak, you know. The PPP was a grassroots organization.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? They're from the common people. They only standing on the place now. You said you live in West Point. I don't know, you know, whether you live there now. But I want to know, prior to you being a member of the council to Weedeh, where you live, and when you became member of the council, two things. Where did you live, and were you giving car, you know, and other things?
I was brought here in 1962. No, it's important, it's important. What the panel is trying to do is to place me. And I think that's a welcome idea. I came from Sino, ma'am. You know the government toilet when you go in Bassa community? There's a hill there. I live right across that Bassa community up to 1965. My brother was a graduating senior at the University of Liberia in the School of Education. He moved from Bassa community to PHP. You know where they used to say Podia then made a coup, or the PRC made a coup? I live in an identical house from 1965 to 1968. When my brother graduated, he bought a piece of land on the old road. There's a school on the old road they call Haywood. When you go through Haywood campus, the very first house, when you go through Haywood campus, that's my brother's house.
Councilor Carlor.
Councilor Carlor. Councilor Carlor brought me to Monrovia, he read me. All right? From 1968 to 1972, I lived with my brother. I grew up, I moved up. The first place I rent, there's a place on Camp Johnson Road, they call Warner Grave. I got a $13 room there. My sister paid the rent over $13. I lived at that apartment from 1972, 73. I lived there up to, I think, 74, 75. I moved back on the old road. There's a place on the old road they call Smite Road. E. Hardy Smite, the director of police, true we party man. Because they paved the road, that same road, Gabriel Tucker, the Minister of Public Works, was living there. But Smite was the first person that moved on that part of Old Road. And because Gabriel Tucker was living behind him, the Minister of Public Works, they paved the road. I started to teach. I got a teaching job at Walker number 2.
At Walker number
2. The lady who presided over the school, they call her Jonathan Huff. Mr. Huff saw me from 2nd grade up to 7th grade at Gas School, government school, right on Camp Johnson Road. I see you trying to place me, ma'am. I have a history. I know my history. Is that enough?
Okay, you lived up to 1975 on Smite Road.
I moved from 1975. Let me help you again.
You taught at a Walker school.
Let me help you again, ma'am. I think I didn't do you right. That's not correct. I went from 1975, I stayed on that Smite Road to 1978 when I was employed as insurance person at the National Social Security and Welfare Corporation. I was paid $400 a month, 1978. So I moved out. I moved to a $50 apartment. All right? When April 14 came, the police stole everything in my apartment. They broke it up. They stole everything in my apartment. So from 1978 to 1979 April, when I came from jail, I was dating a lady by the name of Gracie Amaro. Gracie Amaro was recruited by the current president today, at Ministry of Finance. Another friend of the family recruited Gracie Amaro as Assistant Personnel Director at Housing and Saving Bank. At that time, the Progressive Alliance of Liberia was distributing the voice of the revolution. My girlfriend and I, we moved into an apartment in Bardensville Estate. The apartment was taken away from us because our apartment. Great D. Addison's wife gave us an apartment for $75 inside Corward. I lived there until I was grabbed and taken to prison again. When I came from prison, we got married and I moved out. I moved on GSA Road. There's somebody who some building there. It was behind Councillor Smallwood house. I lived there. When I left from there, I went to the States.
Mr. Witness, thank you very much. This house that was on GSA Road that you moved to, you don't remember the owner?
I don't know.
Mr. Witness?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
Okay. Mr. Witness?
On my oath, I don't know. My wife got a house. I don't know.
From your information that you thought were not important, I've been able to get as much as I need for the public to know where you work, where you live, and who you were before up to 1980 and up until the time you left to go to the United States. Now, I want to ask one question. You said that the coup, it was the members of your group who told President Talbot that there was a coup that was coming up. That's what you wrote here, say, yes, that you told him about a coup, and you said that was the right wing of the True Whig Party was staging a coup.
Yes, I said that.
Do you know, can you tell us who were the names of the right wing or the True Whig Party that you all know that were taking the station in school?
I take a faith. I'm not going to discuss that.
Thank you. So then, Mr. Witness, I don't want to be neutral, so I don't want to talk about True Whig Party, so because you say so I can be neutral. But I hope, I want to know that when you talk now for some of your people, I wanted to establish the fact that when you, Oscar, and the rest of them left Dole government, that they were not the only PAL people or PAL associates that were still working with the Dole government, because even up to the writing of the Constitution and the one that was scrapped up, you had people like Menyongai, you had people like Roberta Dole. One day also people of PAL, people, good supporters, and more than that, you talk about Fakate and Louis Brown, who also went on to be part of NPFL. So will you say then that there were members of PAL who also went further to participate in the Civil War? Because the names that you name and some of these people, they actively were well-known higher-ups too in the Civil War. So would you say yes or no, and some of your boys when you all left, because you all were grassrooters, and those who fought, I won't want to say whether the chiefs had left and the Indians were left alone. What would you say here as an official of PAL, that members of PAL also fought in the Civil War?
No, I can't say that, ma'am. I can't give you that satisfaction.
Okay, thank you, Tete. Now, fighting the party, you say that Louis Brown, Tia Fakate, and others were members of PAL. Did you say that?
They were members of PPP, yes. Or United People's Party, yes. Ma'am, let me say, these young people, with the frustration that envelop our country, they started to find their own options. The case, very bright case. And you expected them to wait around. They saw MPFL as their answer. In this world, each and every one of us will have to account for our own. We recruited some very bright young people, including those two you just named. Councillor Musa Dean. We recruited Musa Dean when he was in high school, Tottenham High. A lot of them we recruited. We were all over the place looking for the best and brightest. Because you know why we did that, ma'am? 30 years today, they are rep. They're good to go. They're good to go. And I will hope that anyone who is interested in politics today will recruit young people, will find them. Don't wait until they get ready. Don't wait until somebody get them ready. Help them to grow.
Another thing we observe, you talk about the judiciary. You talk about the judiciary.
I say it's not correct, ma'am. It's not correct.
You say it's not correct?
No.
And you also say that, the educated people also, because you need money to go to the judiciary. So, and it's time consuming and it's expensive. I thought the rule of law was one of the cardinal pillars for a good democracy. So now you're saying that you cannot go to court because, no money or so. Then what happened? Now and then, on one occasion, you talk about people like Chipo and Joseph J. Chesson who did work for you all. Did you pay them? Then, did you pay them?
Councillor Boo, when you did work for UPP, we pay you?
You did not. So that's what you talk about me with.
You just answer my question.
You talk, thank God you brought it up, because you talk about me only with 2-week party, but you didn't talk about me with UPP.
No, I'm saying, no, I'm a fair person. I'm a fair man.
So now, at least the public will know that I was the lawyer when Tipo and Chesson were not there. I was a lawyer who went to have UPP.
But I'm saying, that's a different discussion, man.
So at least let the public know, then you can see how balanced it is.
She worked for UPP, not for power. Okay. We are discussing the conversation, Councillor Boo. Remember now, it's about PAL and PPP. We have never introduced UPP in this conversation.
Are you a member of UPP?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
You also said, because I'm trying to get my notes, but even my notes, it all recorded for public. You also say you are a member of Moja.
Yes, ma'am, I am. I joined Moja in 1971 while I was in high school.
So do you know whether did Moja and PPP or PAL have any connection with the army soldiers? Because you said two or three times the army soldier came out, and you also said that on April 14, 1979, Winston was among the soldiers that came out April 14, 1979. Could you confirm that or reconfirm that?
You want me to confirm that PAL had a relationship with the army? No relationship. You want me to confirm that Moja had a relationship with the army? I can't confirm that.
I want you to confirm that Winston was among the soldiers, as you stated.
I can confirm that. Yes. I saw him there.
Okay.
Because they brought them from Todi.
You also said, we are not our fathers.
I am not my father.
We were different.
I am different.
We were out to look for jobs.
No, I said, I'm not my father, ma'am. Any job I wanted by 1960, by 1979, 1980, I could have gotten there. We were not looking for a job. we wanted to build our party, it was clear. Our commitment was to create a multi-party system. We achieved it today. We achieved it today, man. You can't argue about that. Yes, we didn't win 1997 election. Yes, we didn't win 2005 election. But, man, I respectfully submit to this panel and to our country, we created a condition to have multi-party system here. We did. We paid the price. We paid the price. We paid a price to create multi-party in our country with our sweat, with our blood, with our tears and lives. We paid the price.
When you say we pay the price, you're talking about...
I'm talking about the Progressive People's Party, ma'am. Members of the Progressive People Party, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Witness, because you were also... Did Oscar... Because you said Pa left the... And you gave the impression that Pa left, but just from my research, with Samuel Kanyonto, when he formed his party...
Pa did not leave, man. That misinformation.
Okay. When Samuel Kanyonto formed the NDPL, wasn't one of your members, I think your Secretary General of PA, wasn't he also Secretary General MDPL? Do you know that?
Who is that?
Oscar Quia.
Of course, yeah. People do all sort of things. Yes, he did.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Witness. Mr. Witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for your presentation yesterday and for the care with which you presented each of your thoughts and also for the experiences and education you shared with us. I have few questions and they are mainly for clarification. And so I hope we can be very brief because
I will be.
We have some of the other commissioners who also want to ask the questions.
I promise.
Okay, thank you. My first is on page 2 of your presentation, where you said you communicated your disagreement on the policy, the food policy, to the Minister of Agriculture. My question is, what was that disagreement that you had on the food policy?
The conversation started like, you know, at the time there was a lot of publicity. They said after 1980 there will not be this, after this there will not be that. There were a lot of slogans. I think moving from mat to matra, farm to market. There were a lot of stuff, you know. And I recall those years we were talking about, okay, so all of these things are good because it raised our self-esteem. But let's practicalize this. Let's create a policy so that we can monitor it, we can evaluate it. And that was the first place we had a disagreement. You know, I remember in one of the meetings talked about the president doing everything to fix the farm to market road. Where else you want? But they were haphazard. The president, gracious enough, Willie Talbot served as vice president of Liberia for 19 years. 19. So during those years, he had some idea. And the old man he was moving fast. He did pretty well. But we say we wanted to design a system that will be coordinated, that will be linked. And then the day President Talbot not feeling good, they want in Kawade, where I come from, there will not be role. We wanted a national commitment. to face the country coordinated, that we can see, we say, okay, we thought we face the road this year, we're not able, so because of this, we do this. We wanted a system. And so we engaged in a research with the government for a year or two.
So the food policy was not inclusive?
There was no food policy.
There was no food policy at all?
No, there was no concrete food policy, no.
Okay, so what was that document?
Well, then 1976, President Talbot came up with a first 4-year development plan. 1976. The government produced the first 4-year development plan.
So was that plan that you got that information from?
It was good. Whatever they defined at that time, it was a good plan. But so we say, so let's graduate from having this nice paper on the shelf to find, for instance, the current government just passed PRC. You hear the debate, the UN, how they say, let's find a way to link it between the budget and the policy. We did not see a clear connection there. We did not see it.
Okay, you said you were referred to the Assistant Minister of Planning then. Who was that person?
I think it was some copper, I think.
What?
Some copper.
Copper?
Again, if you don't mind, please don't construe my answer to be that I don't give it. But you ask Minister of Agriculture, who was Minister of Planning, Agriculture, Assistant Minister of Planning, 1977,
Planning for what?
In the Ministry, they have
Minister
their
of Planning
unit. No,
maybe this.
They have Minister of Agriculture was Mrs. Chenaway.
Yeah, I know that.
There are a number of officers below her. Who was the Minister of Planning in 1978? That should be the question. They should have the record.
The
Assistant Minister for Planning.
Assistant
Minister of Planning. Yeah, Agriculture.
For Ministry of Agriculture?
Yeah.
Water or for Planning? Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, the second one, my next question is on page 3. You talk about a meeting you held on the beach.
Oh.
Yeah, I wanted to know what was the agenda of that meeting.
Damn, Madam, we're talking about just organizing our party. I don't remember the exact agenda, but I can tell you one thing. That was the first public political meeting in Liberia over 25 years.
And were some major decisions made at that particular meeting?
The decision that was made was to build a party.
To what?
Build the party.
Or to build the party?
Yeah. We confirm our commitment to building our party. Because remember now, at that time, Madam, we couldn't get place to have meeting, we couldn't get radio, we couldn't get newspaper. So for us, it was a motivation to press on to get our party done.
Who were those present at the meeting at that time?
Damn, Biggie. At that time, Madam, if you're in this town, you know when Power had a meeting. You're talking about a huge number, man.
The very first one?
The number was big. I don't remember how many people attended, but it was a huge number on the beach.
All of the people in the hierarchy were present?
Yes, the entire Central Committee was present, ma'am.
Including Bacchus Matthew?
Including Bacchus Matthew, including Oscar Quia, including all of us who were there. Those of us who were in the country. At the time, Marcus Down, Wesley Johnson, Frederick, Bass, all of big children that were in America, they were not here. Only those of us there.
Okay. One of the issues that was a point of contention at that time was the rice price. On the world market, my question is, how much was a bag of rice at that time? Because I keep hearing you saying that you had some research or something into all of these things before you came on the table with your own ideas as to what could better work for the country. So on the world market at that time, because I think the world market most of the times influence the prices of things that come into a country, especially for Liberia, that was a country that was importing most of what they ate. So what was the price of a bag of rice, and how much would it have cost the importers to bring it here and sell it to us?
at a very comfortable level.
Right, yeah.
And then the second one to that is if rice was grown in this country, how much would it have cost to produce it? And also how much would it have been sold to the public at a very comfortable level? I think that would have been part of the research that you all did to come up with your own point of difference.
Our point of difference first, we argue that in 1978, you could land a bag of rice at the free port of Monrovia at $9.50.
$9.50.
FOB. Yeah.
Okay. And could comfortably sell it at what?
No, I don't know. I don't know what you were selling at, but I can tell you that in 1978, you could land a bag of rice at the free port of Monrovia at $9.50.
Okay. Now that was 50 cents. And then when you grow it here, how much will it have cost you?
No, the argument we were making, ma'am, was to grow rice, to feed us. A lot of people will tell you at the time, and I still think they do, that the Liberian rice was more nutritional. And so a lot of people were talking about it. But we were arguing at that time, for what my father, my family did, you could not go beyond, you could not even talk surplus. Because whatever we produce, we ate.
I understand when you're doing research.
So I'm coming to you, ma'am. I'm coming to you. So the question you're raising is, how much will it cost? How much will it not cost? That's what the policy is supposed to define. That's why we're advocating for a clear discussion of a policy. If we have the answer, we will not say, let's contribute more to the debate.
Well, what I would have thought with what you had done, to come to the table, all of these things would have been looked into for coming to the table.
I agree with you.
If in case, President Talbot, we are willing to produce rice in this country, this is blank, 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 and blank that will happen. And these are some of the views that you are supposed to bring forward to really make a case.
Yeah,
I would have thought that you had gone into that.
The case we made, and I'm saying, I'm trying to avoid to take you from that. Because that was the kind of argument that True Party people were making 1978. And they were arguing, we were saying to you, look, we have strong opinion. We want a discussion. But in order to get to that, let's agree that there will be full policy. You cannot incorporate my opinion or reject it until we're ready to do some work. Let's sit down and formulate a position, a policy that will work for all of us. It's not about winning and losing. It's not a zero-sum game. Let's define the full policy. If we say, like for example, one of the meeting members, President Talbot said to us, do you boys understand that people that produce rice or that import rice have to make some profit? Yes, we do. That's fair. That if you brought rice in 1979 or even today, that you bring it to make profit. But using your word, that profit should be at a comfortable margin. So, but I'm reluctant to push that to you because then you'll be taking the discussion away. The discussion to talk about our country should be in the design and formulation of policy on any given issue. And we were at that issue. Let's agree to formulate a policy on food production. We did not arrive.
I will leave it for now. But I would have thought that even in formulating the policy, you have come to the table if in case they had agreed.
Oh yes.
To form the
have
policy.
They agreed? Yes, have they agreed? Have they agreed?
Yes. Prepared at that time.
Yes, we were prepared, ma'am.
To come to the
yes, but except that it's academic right now. Whatever notes we had, I cannot discuss it right now. That's not a place for it.
Okay. Okay, you said the increase in the price of rice on page 4. I numbered the page myself because you didn't have numbering there.
Yeah, I didn't know.
On page 4, you said the increase in the price of rice could have a snowball effect because from rice, the increase in price could have affected the price in school fees, transportation, healthcare, and that factor alone had the potential of bringing hardship on the average Liberian parent.
We did say
I
that.
just wanted you to please expand on this a little. How could the increase in price of rice affect the price in transportation, school fees, and all of those things?
I think about a few seconds ago, I heard you saying that sometimes the prices on the world market can impact on domestic market. I thought I heard you saying that.
Yeah.
So what make this particular increase different?
No, I meant the increase in the price of rice here in Liberia. How could it have affected? I asked this question because most of the time I know the increase in the price of gas has a whole lot of impact on all other things that follow. If you increase the price...
And the logic for that is the consumption is huge. You have a lot more people needing gas to move around.
Okay.
The same assumption can be made that who in the country doesn't eat rice?
All of us eat rice.
So that's the same logic.
And so if you increase the price of rice, how will it affect transportation costs? This is my
Ma'am,
question.
if I make $50 a month, and a bag of rice is sold at $50, don't you see that you forcing me to make decision between eating or not eating?
That's not a question I'm asking.
Okay.
My question is, how will that increase in rice
That's
increase
the answer.
transportation?
That increase in rice, ma'am, it forces the average consumer to make choice. And the choice could be that I made $50 when the average family or any family, please forgive me, including you, me, when the month comes to an end, we make budget. So our income, you, me, our income is $100. We have to decide that we need a bag of rice in our house and we need to put gas in our car. There has to be a trade-off. And that trade-off, in a way, is the transportation piece. It's either to put $20 gas in the car or take $10 to go buy food so that the children will eat today. Now, if you took $20 from your gas budget, don't you think it's affecting transportation?
Okay. On page 5, one of your thoughts here was that, or what I gathered from your presentation, was that PAL was more like a grassroots organization. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And they mostly depended on the sale of the newspaper or the news.
That was the only income we had.
That was the only way you could get funding.
Yeah.
Okay. But then you people were able to present $20,000 to the government to help with research.
Yes, ma'am.
Into the food policy.
Yes, ma'am.
How did you get this money?
Madam, between 1978 and 79, PAL newspaper was the hottest paper in this town. The paper was well circulated. Some people, the paper was 50 cents. Some people gave us $20. They gave us money to support what we were doing.
So you received contributions from other people?
Well, the contribution, they bought a newspaper.
It was only the newspaper. So from the sale of the newspaper, you were able to get $20,000.
We made money. We made money for the party work.
Okay. You said at one point on that same page that on the evening of April 12, 1979, the leaders of PAL and Moja convened a meeting to bring order to a senseless situation. I just want you to explain that senseless situation to us. What was it?
The government had issued order to shoot and kill. Oliver Bright had issued order to shoot and kill. the radio, the TV, the newspapers, they were issuing threats every minute. And I think it was Matthew, a few people, Dr. Sawyer, Dr. Famula. And the question was, what to do? The question was, when you find yourself in a kind of situation where, madam, every hour, every minute counted. You have to constantly be reviewing your options. And so that meeting, I didn't attend it, but it was about reviewing our options. Guys, we're going with a demonstration. Will we have the people with us? Do the people believe in that? You know, it was just a strategic kind of meeting, you know, people reviewing what the options. And you have to, when you are in crisis like that, you got to constantly check this, check that. Where is this person? Who doing this? Who doing that? You know, that was...
So at one point, when those orders were given, you thought your going into that demonstration could have been senseless?
No, it's not going into the demonstration. It's the attitude at the time that was senseless. The attitude that anybody in the street, you shoot them.
So instead of a situation, we say senseless attitude of the government.
The attitude, government, whatever, the attitude at that time for somebody to say, when a child walk in the street on the sidewalk, you shoot him or her, do you think it was a positive thing, ma'am? No.
So there was no reflection that brought about this kind of feeling?
But there was reflection. I'm telling you now that they were part of that reflection that meeting was held. The reflection is what took her to Bishop George D. Brown. The reflection is what took her to Tumuri of the Baptist Church. The reflection is what took her to Methodist Church. Yes, indeed, we were reflecting. Yes, ma'am, we were reflecting. We were having serious reflection, by the way.
Okay. At April 14, page 7.
April what?
14, page 7. You said on that morning, were you present?
Yes, I was.
At the office?
Yes.
At the point the shooting started?
Yes. Yes. I was there with Bishop Brown. Yes.
The two of you?
Yes. When right around the point Bishop Brown were walking toward Randall Street, because he had called and somebody said Oliver Bright, because the whole morning from about 8 to about 10 Bishop were trying to get to talk to Oliver Bright or to talk to the president. And right at the moment, right around the time we decided, somebody had called and they told Bishop that Oliver Bright was in a place, and we started walking away. That was the first initial shooting. Yes, ma'am, I was there.
Okay, so do you know the exact time the shooting started?
Ma'am, I can tell you it was not 10 o'clock.
It was what?
It was not 10 o'clock.
It was around when?
I'd like to tell you between 9:45 and 10.
9:45.
About 9:45 and 10.
And 10.
Yeah. It was early in the morning, ma'am.
Yeah,
it was in the morning.
Okay. You said at about 9 a.m. April 14, Bishop George D. Brown arrived at the Gurley Street headquarters of PAR to mediate with the group. He asked for commitment and willingness on the part of the movement to help prevent a difficult situation. The cadre on ground pledged, I know that cadet or what? What's that word?
The cadre.
Cadre?
The cadre.
On ground pledged their cooperation with the bishop. At that point, we immediately moved all our men from the streets to the ground of PAR, which was a private property.
Yes, ma'am.
The entrance to the office of PAR headquarters was locked.
Yes, ma'am.
The side door were all closed.
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, the security forces concluded Chairman Matthew was at the headquarters.
Yes, ma'am.
The bishop was urged to act quickly before it was too late.
Yes,
the
ma'am.
bishop arranged a meeting with the Ministry of Justice to get the police and soldier off the PAR property. And at that point, I think you and Bishop left and went to the Justice Ministry
Yeah.
to go and have a meeting with whoever called
Was
Bishop.
calling here.
At what time was that
It
meeting?
was between 9:45 and 10.
At 10 o'clock.
Yeah, it was just about the time we started to leave because at
So
that
they
time,
had started shooting before you left from there.
we did not reach Ronald Street when the first bullet went off.
You had already left.
We had left our office.
Okay. So you were
You
not
by
in
any
the
chance,
office.
listen, man. You by
Yeah.
any chance you know Powell office?
Yeah.
That office we're talking about?
Yeah, I know the
We're at
place.
the Powell office. We walked from our office. We're walking toward Ronald Street. When Gerald Richard drove in with a crew and they opened fire.
Okay. So we can say that you were not at the office itself.
I was not standing to the door.
Okay.
I was on the ground.
Okay. My next question is, was there any other thing that was fired that day apart from gun, a bomb, whatever?
I don't know.
You were not there to know whether they fire a gun or any other thing?
They had water cannon. They had how they call it, the stuff that can burn.
The tear gas.
Tear gas.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, and then on that page, my question is, who buried the dead?
The government did.
The government.
They buried them right to the back of the gender ministry. That's where they buried them in mass grave. And
Okay.
the message, the word we got was they would bury them, and they were sending a message to us to indicate that you fool around, the same thing that happened to the one that lay in the mud will happen to you.
So nobody went there during the burial of those people?
Man, we were in prison.
Oh, you were in prison?
We were in prison, man. And when we came from prison, we made it our daily visit, including yesterday. I even went there yesterday again. Since I've been in the town, whenever I'm in the Garden Street area, I try to stop there to help me keep my feet to the ground.
Okay. During most of the presentation, there were so many things that were coming across as a reason for the demonstration. So my question is, what was the main reason of that demonstration? Was it the rice policy, the rice price, the failure of the True Party, or the fact that due to intensive mobilization on the side of power, you were able to galvanize enough people to stage this demonstration, and you felt your success? What was the main reason behind this demonstration?
The demonstration, the reason for organizing the demonstration was we disagree with the increase in the price. Simple. That
That's
one
all.
issue. The issue of food policy is an ongoing discussion. We were requesting discussion of a food policy, and while we were doing it, the government decided they will increase price of rice. We were already, ma'am, in discussion with government. And instead of dealing with that overarching issue, the government decided that we increase price of food, our staple food. So for us, we had to believe that government had no commitment to a clear-cut policy on food security. We were talking about food security, and overnight you increase price. So what happened to that discussion we're having? So if you ask what was the main issue, the issue was food policy. And the price of rice, the government introduced it. We didn't introduce the price thing. We did not introduce the price of rice, the increase or the reduction. It's not our making.
Okay. So you felt the demonstration would have yielded some results?
We wanted to make a formal petition to the government to ask the government that increasing the price of rice is not the way to go. We wanted to make a public presentation to the government. That's why we were assembling at the mansion, ma'am.
So that was the result you expected to do your petition?
To make a presentation to the government. That is democratic, isn't it? If that you have a disagreement
support or against on any issue, you're supposed to appeal to your government to act. We were only doing something that was democratic. Request your government to act and act on your behalf. That's what we're doing.
And given the fact that you heard there were going to be shooting, there were going to be problems, you felt that was the only way you could talk to the government by demonstrating.
Well, that was one of the ways.
Pardon me?
Demonstrating, going to appeal and request government intervention directly was one of the ways.
One of the ways.
Yes, some people
You
who
could have
argue.
taken another route.
Some people who argue, you go to court. We did not see an independent court. Some other people who argue, you take gun. We didn't think gun was a good option. There were two options I must add, ma'am, and we consider those two. Having a demonstration and make a public appeal to the government, or go to Supreme Court.
Okay.
Those were the two. Maybe there could be 10 options, but we at the time consider two.
Only two. Okay.
Having a public demonstration or
Going to court.
going to court.
Okay.
And we didn't think that we'll get a redress from the court.
Okay. You said at one point in prison, Bacchus Matthews was informed that a coup would take place.
No, it was not Matthews.
It was who?
Some people from PHP were in Imprisonment in post-stockade. And some people were yelling, say they had killed Talbot.
No, not at that point. Before
that
then.
one.
Before then, yesterday, during your explanation, you said at one point, Bacchus Matthews somehow got the information that there was going to be a coup.
Oh yes, oh yes. We got a word, like I told you yesterday, ma'am. We worked this town. We worked the government bureaucracy to know, and we made it our business to know what was happening in any place. And we picked up the word that the right wing of the True Party was considering coup. We told President Talbot to overthrow President Talbot would be a detriment to our interests. Our interest was to register a bona fide opposition party. The presence of President Talbot, we thought it would help that. The element in True Party would destroy that. And so whatever information that we picked up, we passed it on to the president.
So that particular information was not about the coup that took place on the 14th, on the 12th, I mean?
No.
It was another coup that was being planned?
Well, I don't know whether it was another coup, but that's not the same coup. That's not the same.
So where was Matthews at that time when he got that information, or you all when you got that
We
information?
were outside, we were doing political work.
When was that?
We went to prison, or they started arresting you from March 8, 1980, ma'am.
So when was it that you got that?
Before that. Before Matthew and some of our people made a midnight walk on March 3rd. The information was before March 3rd, ma'am.
Okay, you kept calling on, as you made your presentation even today, on the audience, the general public,
the young people,
and then the attire sharp people.
Because the young, it's their future we're talking about here.
Yes, I understand.
It's their future.
Yeah, and then one of your call today was that the educated people failed the country.
No, I didn't say that.
Today?
No, I didn't say that.
You didn't say that?
No.
Okay, I thought.
Hear what I said. I said the curriculum of Liberia should be revisited. It needs overhauling. If you say, ma'am, that we don't have the capacity, we come in all of war, and let me say further, all the Liberians that fled their country, right? We say they were brain drain or brain flight, whatever you call it. I say every 10, one may come back. One may come back. And if you begin to think like that, then you should retool your institution, whether it's the University of Liberia, it's Cottonton, or all a primary high school. You should do that. Your vocational school, you should do that. Because you know, all your top professional people that left, say, from 1980 to today, most of them will not come back. So it's just common sense to prepare our country so that we can meet the demand of the 21st century. For me, that's the argument I'm making. I'm not saying they fail or this, but no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
I misunderstood.
Yeah, I'm saying most of the people that left this place, say from 1979, every 10, maybe 1 or 2 will come back. Okay. Most of the people, professionals, they're not going to come back. Okay. And so, if you hold that assumption constant, then you will go into your planning process and begin to rework the way you do business. And for me, the place you want to do business, more so in this age of science and technology, you got to revisit the university curriculum, Cottonton, Methodist U, AMEU, the way our school teach. We got to go there. And it's not because you bad person or you bad morphine, the minister of education or this. No, it's about the future. 30 years from now, what do you want your kids to be like?
Okay. I just want to bring to your attention that we also have been mandated at the TRC to look into reforms for institutions, major institutions in the country.
Oh,
and education is one of them.
Thank God.
And so
thank
we
God,
will definitely be looking into that.
Thank you. I'm glad.
My last is, can we ever have a situation where no one will sell in the street? There will be...
No one will sell in the streets?
Yeah. There will be no slums. No one will go hungry. And everyone will be employed, etc. Can we ever have a situation like that?
Utopian? Is there something, hear what I think, right?
Utopian.
Hear what I think, okay? First, I believe that whatever we want to do, we should do everything possible to provide the education,
Okay.
to provide the consensus, to reach understanding. When we reach understanding, we should define rules that will take us there. Mm-hmm. Now, the rules, they are ordinances of the city. The city, sometimes you have zones. In each zone, certain things are allowed or not allowed. For example, they will say Mama Point, that residential. Or they will say Payne Avenue, residential, and on and on. For me, I'd like to see a very active public works. I'd like to see a very active city hall. We're talking about enforcing the law on the books. Now, embedded in your question is, can we, because you know there are laws on the books. We have some very good laws on our book, but we refuse to enforce them. And as long as we will not enforce the rule, then it looks like our country will be in this chaotic way for a very long time. The question of people selling in the street, they know they shouldn't be selling on Broad Street. They know that. But they will give you a rationale, if we go into the market halls, then they will not, somebody will not reach out, will not say, okay, that's true. So we're sitting a reason where you, in 10 days, please don't sell here.
No, yeah. My question is not actually as to whether they will continue to sell in the street as they don't want to go into the market ground. But I want to look at the social aspect where a group of people see the suffering of the people as a child going into the street to sell. It's because the people don't have the means that our children have to go into the street to sell. It's because people don't have the means that why they have to live in slums. It's because people don't have the means that why they have to do all of the other negative things that are happening. And so my question is there ever a point in time in anywhere, even if you go to the great US, you have people there living in slums. You have people there employed. You have people there unemployed. Is there any time to bring to the youth, especially, what you think
No, I understand that.
can make a condition where I don't have to live in a slum. I don't have to go on the street to sell. I can, despite the fact that I'm not employed, I'm able to stand up
And do something
and
else.
create employment for myself. This is the question.
No, really. I think that way goes to the heart of your work, and that's a good question. But you know, I work about 20 years in the slum of New York as a community social worker, so I understand the question you're raising. And the way to approach it, in my view, is to create a policy. There will never be a perfect. You will never get 10. But when you create a system, say for example, we're talking about the schools, about our curriculum. If you create, say, vocational school, maybe all of us are not made, or all of us may not be ready to go to college, but we can do something else. Maybe we can just learn to be carpenter. Maybe we can learn to be mechanic. We can do something. I am not of the opinion that some kid is born to be dumb. I don't think so. But we, the nation, must tap into our resources and make provision so that people can grow. And to me, the first place that I will run will be the schools. So that, say for example, for 15 years we're fighting, the number of, a huge percentage of our population, we lost that generation. The people that got involved. Some people will even venture to say those children that were born between 1979 to say 2003, their future is in trouble. Some people venture to say that. Some social worker, sociology that I talk to, they say that. But you can do some work by sitting down and engineer that change. For example, you talk about the whole question of decentralization or reorganizing our country, or the food policy I was talking about. To have a successful food policy, you have to have 3 critical things done. One is you got to create credit facilities. You got to create the infrastructure. You got to create the technology. Without those 3, you're not going to have a successful food policy. You need the infrastructure, the technology, and the credits. Because if you say, look, you need fertilizer or you need tools, you need to have the money. Or even if you have the money and you cannot generate the roads to move goods and services, it's not going to help you. So each and every life, whether it's in Liberia or in New York City or in London or in Paris, they are all linked. People who are involved, who are studying the infrastructure, social service infrastructure, that's the reason why they run schools.
Okay.
That's the reason, because they know it's very dedicated. It's not a quick fix thing. They know that. And we Liberians should learn that there will be no quick fix. But there must be consistent, organized effort to change our situation. And if you ask me, Karn, do you see it? Look, recently, for example, and please forgive me, Mr. Chairman, because my boundary is clear, you're talking 2003, but it will impact your work. The president passed the PRS, Poverty Reduction Strategy. I have talked to a lot of Liberians, they say the paper was engineered or pushed by the international community. And I've been asking a lot of them, but have you read it? They said no. So I said, how can you argue about something you haven't read? Now, you need to read it. And for me, that's good. The fact that the president put on the table a policy paper, what she's saying to me is, Council, what do you see? because she has done her work. We Liberians must now take that poverty reduction strategy position of the government to scrutinize it tightly. Now, the question you raised, will there be employment? Now we got to look in our policy paper that the president presented whether there will be employment. We should look in our paper whether there will be education and how. For example, Liberia is on the worst list in the world in terms of health. Now, how does the president policy speak to that health question? If you say the policy is inadequate, they help the president to get it there. For me, there where civil society comes. You cannot say the president do it, the president do it. What are you doing? She did her work. She put a paper on the table and said, this is my policy. You disagree with it, and that's the kind of question you were asking me. You say, so what part did, and da-da-da. And you were right. But the government did not get to the point to put a policy on the paper. You must design a policy to set a stage for discussion. And Mrs. Selly, for example, right now, in my mind, she has set a stage for discussion.
Okay. Thank you so much. From your answer, I can say development is the key.
I think so.
Okay. And so we look more to what we can do on the line of development, what policies can be put into place to bring about these changes.
And be careful now with development, ma'am. Excuse me. The development we're talking about human. So we should be careful.
It's all inclusive.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure that we're very clear with our definition, because in this country, development is to build a big house like this. They're not development.
No.
Okay.
I'm talking on the same level you're talking on.
Okay.
And now I'm looking at a house.
Okay.
Also to be development.
Okay.
And I also want to caution that one of our mothers came and did a presentation here the other day, and one of the reasons she saw was laziness, that people continue to suffer because they were just lazy.
I don't agree with her.
And
I don't agree with her, ma'am.
I'm just saying something.
No, I understand that. I heard that too, but I don't agree with her.
Because even if you go to the so-called developed countries, you still have people not working. You still have people living in the slums.
In social work.
And it's not only because there are no opportunities for them. If you take, for example, the States, there are so many opportunities. You have Liberian children leaving from here, going to the States. Unlike the people who left from here before 1980 or before 1990, the war, there were some people who went over there with all the correct documents, and they had to struggle for everything.
I'm one of them. Okay.
But then you have some of those children leaving from here now with everything intact, and they had not even made good use of the opportunities that were presented to them.
I agree with you.
So one reason why we find ourselves in situations where people suffer is because we do not make good use of opportunities that present themselves to us.
So where's the opportunity? No, I agree with you, but I don't see the opportunity.
And I end.
I don't see the opportunity, ma'am. And what I'm saying to you, if you're using the American case, I met a man in 1993, 94. He came here and he said he did disarmament. At the time I was in charge of disarmament and demobilization. He said he disarmed in Nicaragua. But Nicaragua is not Liberia. This country has unique characteristics. United States, yes, people are in the slum. But the social system is there. Now, if you design the system and somebody, like using your word, fail to take advantage of the opportunity, then for me I would say, yes, ma'am, you're right. Yeah. But I'm saying our first obligation
is to design the system.
Yes, in social work we call it blame the victim. Blame the victim. You lazy, the native people, native man is lazy. No, I'm saying for me, now, whoever mother that came here that said that, they write, mom will let you see their children get up in the morning, as soon as you sleep late, they say you lazy. So maybe, they using it, they don't mean harm. But to make the change me talking about, the government will have to intervene. There has to be social engineering of change here. The notion you hear sometimes they say, the private sector. The private sector, when the Lebanese come here, they go to the big Lebanese people in this town to give them credit. They don't just get them and do well here. So if Karn Carlor want credit, where is the bank that will get Karn credit without worrying about collateral? The poor people don't have collateral, man. And so you need to design a system that will protect them. Now, I'm not saying that will be the answer. I'm not suggesting that. But I'm saying that will be a good start to put in place a system that will guide people progress.
Mr. Carlor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. But I will also bring to your mind a Fanti man who leaves Ghana, come to Liberia, sells bread on our street, and he makes it.
I agree.
So we have to look at every aspect.
I agree.
Before we can come to a conclusion on this.
So
thank you so much for everything. Because if we continue, we'll argue the whole day.
Okay, ma'am. I'm appreciative of your help.
Thank you.
Noise.
You okay? So what are you drinking?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that would be good to give me some sweets. Yeah, some sweets.
Mr. Witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
How are you today?
Fine. I'll take it from your disposition. You seem fairly relaxed, so you know this is a friendly environment.
Kind of.
No problem. Okay. I just have couple of follow-up questions, and then one or two questions. But I promise to be brief, and then also I will appeal to you to be brief for the sake of time. And
I agree.
yeah. But before I go into my questions, I would like to make a small appeal to you. You started off by giving us yesterday a little background about your history, yourself, your family, your county, and your ethnicity. But then you also gave us some information there about the suppression that was taking place up country, at least in your hometown, with your family, your grandfather, standing up to the Liberian frontier force, and some incidents you recounted. I would just like to request that if you can provide more information, not here, but later on perhaps rating, or if you know of any other similar incidents that we need to know of, because the TRC also has a mandate to go into the antecedents of what has really brought us to our needs as a people. And we all know that the crisis didn't start from 1979, but as a point of reference to guide our work, the drafters of the TRC Act thought that time frame would be necessary for a 2-year commission. So we would appreciate if you know any other important historical facts that will help us understand what we should be doing and to impact our work. We really appreciate if you could work with our inquiry department some more.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Having said that, I'll go into my questions. On rice again, the concentration has been rice, rightly so because we are a rice-eating people. But then I was just thinking, you having been in government at a point in time, you being an intellectual and you being a Liberian who has been tracking and paying attention to social changes and what happens to us as a people, do you think perhaps everybody, meaning the government, progressives, all Liberians, in addition to focusing on rights, could perhaps pay more attention or a little bit more attention to other food kinds, like encouraging and educating local farmers to grow, for example, cassava, edos, plantains, and other food kinds that our people can get used to eating, and that could help reduce the strain on this issue of rice. Because when you travel into other countries, even African countries, they have a variety of diet that they eat every day. You can choose, you don't have to eat rice every day. So do you think that perhaps everybody could have focused a little bit more also on these different areas of food for Liberia, and that would have helped ease some of the tension?
Yes, this is why we were advocating food policy. When you put in place a policy, you get spin-off. You know, you get the snowball effect. A lot of stuff happen. People design national policy sometimes with one key issue, and there are a number of linkages that are formed. So the way, using your argument, just design food policy, and wherever you want to be in that basket will be there.
Well, the question was against the background that we seem to focus, when we speak of food policy, people think is perhaps limited to rice.
No, I don't think people would think that way. I mean, we got to give our people credit, more credit than that, Madam Commissioner. We cannot say, I don't think so. I think that, even let's assume, right, using your logic, that we focusing on rice. So let's steer our people away from focusing on rice. Let's provide some alternative. Again, that's what food policy will do. When you designing that, you said your goal is to move people from focusing on rice alone, to move to cassava, to Edo, and all of that. So your policy should.
Okay. You spoke yesterday and also today very, I think, passionately about the aftermath of the rice incident and those who lost their lives. You refer to them as fallen colleagues, and you personally say you pay tribute to them. You said you passed on Center Street yesterday. My question here is, I also have a social work background, so I'm just concerned, after the incident, were you able to perhaps do a listing of the dead, visit their families? What did you all put in place to help the families deal with the grief? And then also, did you ever have the time to properly memorialize those who died, who lost their lives, whether through a memorial service or, go to the grave spot, put a tombstone to the grave or whatsoever, to help people heal yourselves and the families and loved ones?
The lasting memories of those that lay in the swamp on Getty Street will be if the country made progress. The only memorial that can be erected will be for this country to make progress.
And all the relatives and family and loved ones share this view?
You prefix your question, you say, I'm a social worker too. Do they have to share the view?
No, what I'm saying is, it is one point. You gave one point or one example of memorializing them, but what I'm saying is, in a more tangible manner, we know that when grief happens, people need to be consoled in whatever way. They need to be helped and encouraged to move on with their grief. So I'm just asking, did you have time to do that?
No, that question is the question that our country will have to answer. Liberia has not had the occasion to mourn and grieve their losses. It's not only April 14 victim, ma'am. Let me say this to you. My mother died on a Friday. On a Saturday, the war started, our running. And I'm sure there are a lot of people in our country that had that experience. This country had never, our situation is such that you never had time to move. Now, the way to approach it, yes, you can go to the Lutheran church and have service. Yes, you can go, and do all this stuff. Yeah, they're good. But I'm saying, for example, that if the country start to turn the corner, Because what we need is there's disconnect in our society. And I'm talking one social worker to another. There's disconnect, and that disconnect had social, economic, political components. If and when it is seen that we are making strong effort to fill in the gap, those barriers, to remove them, then we can say, okay, even though my mom died or my pa died, but we're trying. You said something about being tangible, doing tangible thing. In my mind, ma'am, to come here and have a memorial service and bring President Sirleaf here to make a speech, for me, is not enough. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for example, say she come and say the PRS will fix roads, will fix school, will do health. For me, that's more lasting. Because I have plenty of speakers in this town. I'm not impressed. I am not impressed about some government official standing here and talking. No. I want to see your talking, let be manifested in the way you talking about implementing PRS. That's the only thing anybody can do for me in this town right now.
You mentioned on yesterday when you spoke of the execution of Thomas Wesson and others. You mentioned ask Prince Johnson.
As well?
You mentioned yesterday, you said ask Prince Johnson.
I said
he was bodyguard to Kuwamba.
Yes, he might know.
Okay, can you elaborate or be specific? Is there any reason why?
General Kuwamba was a key player in the arrest and execution of General Wesson and the 4 PRC members. All I was saying, to find information, Senator Prince Johnson today was bodyguard to Thomas Kuwamba. He might know.
Okay. You also mentioned that Thomas Kuwamba ordered your arrest on August 11.
He what?
He ordered your arrest. He had you arrested.
Oh, yeah.
On August 11.
August 12.
August 12. Okay.
Yeah, August 12.
Can you just give us a little bit more surrounding that incident? I know you said you went to speak to him about Wesson and others, but you were arrested. Were you in prison for how long?
I was trained to post stacking. I stayed there that whole day, and Podia sent for me.
Okay.
I stayed in post stacking one day, all of the 12.
Was there any explanation as to why you were arrested? What they did want from you?
Colonel Penner, Harrison Penner, told me you read bad thing about the chief.
The chief meaning Samuel Doe at the time?
Yeah.
Okay. You said following the rights incident of 1979, all of you were in prison, and Bacchus Matthew went to see the president and the rest of them, and he wrote a letter.
No, he wrote a letter before he went to see the president.
Okay, he wrote a letter before going to see the president. Is that the letter that is referred to today as the
high letter?
The high letters?
Yeah.
Okay. And we understand that after he wrote that letter, other PAL members who were in prison were upset. They didn't like the letter.
No, they didn't.
What was the exact content of the letter that angered the rest of his colleagues? And why do you think he wrote the letter?
Yes. Milton, you see
what is?
He went out?
Oh, okay. You have...
Yeah. The letter was really about his understanding of what the young people are trying to do. You see, Madam Commissioner, in this business, sometimes you have to help each other out. after the April 14 situation, we concluded the president was in a very difficult situation. President Talbot was in a very difficult situation. And the situation we thought the president found himself was this guy being member of the House of Representatives from 1944 to 1951, vice president from 1951 to 1971, president from 1971 to the time all the political business. A lot of people thought that in the True We Party, thought that the president has served his career, that he, Mr. Talbot, had a lofty career, and that all of his liberal tendencies were in a way mortgaging their career. We knew that. We also concluded that we would do well if we continue to work with President Talbot. And so when the April 14 took place, President Talbot needed an outlet. He needed a reason, he needed to show something to a people. And that letter, to a very large extent, provided a good framework to give President Talbot, say the young people, that, you know. That was that letter. But for us, and I say, I'm not troubled to say that, President Talbot aided our effort to liberalize Liberia. I don't think we would have done it without the level of tolerance exhibited.
Just a follow-up to that, I asked a question before. Why were members of some of your members upset about Barker's Matthew writing that particular letter? Why?
Sometimes politics requires sophistication. And maybe, you know, in the heat of the battle, sometimes you don't talk too much logic. My friend, those were tough days, you know. Sometimes people, you know, human being, sometimes your reason leave you sometimes. Or all that business of arguing logically, systematically, sometimes you lose sight of that. Sometimes you do.
Is it true that I haven't seen the letter, and I'm supposing you will share the letter with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm trying to beg my friend and colleague to give me his copy. That a paper copy I want to use. So just a moment, let you know, I told you in the course of this discussion, you know.
Okay, excuse me, do you have the letter now? You are going to share
I'm working on it, ma'am.
Oh, you're working on it. Okay. 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 Okay, so we can move on and come back to the letter.
Yeah, we'll beg the chairman to come back.
Okay. My next question surrounds, again, it's been rumored, I was not there, that before the march before the demonstration of 1979, the rights demonstration, that members of the Progressive, or PAL members, with some of the allies from other advocacy groups, have met, I think, the day before to discuss final plans for how the demonstration will go. I may be a bit fuzzy about the exact date. But it has been alleged that in that meeting, Dr. H. Boyman Famule predicting that the government would have been perhaps brutal, was making an appeal to Mr. Matthew
to rethink.
To reason to say we can call off the march, or maybe we can postpone it. And at that meeting, it is alleged that he asked Mr. Matthews a question: what if people went out on the streets and the government decided to use force, maybe the fire in the crowd, or people got hurt or killed? What will we do? And Mr. Matthews allegedly said we'll put more people on the streets. And he asked again, and if those people got killed and hurt, got hurt or killed, what will we do? Mr. Matthew reportedly said we'll put more people on the streets. Now, if those comments are true, if he really said that or stated that, do you think that those comments were appropriate? And do you think that pride, for a while, pride came in play here? Because here you had a government that was already cornered, was already back up against the wall, but in the meantime also recalcitrant, okay, stubborn. Here you were popular, you had all the support, you had mass and mass and mass of people who could come out on the street. But could perhaps one group, whether the government or you, have perhaps seen reason to say, well, maybe we can back off, we can walk away this time, maybe another time would be better, just to avoid what happened eventually?
Madam Commissioner, we're having a conversation 30 years later. It's always beautiful. Hindsight is always beautiful. In the States, they say Monday morning quarterbacking. You know, that's a conversation we're in now. So we talk about what if Matthew did, what if, you know, we're talking what if now.
Mm-hmm. Did he actually make the comments?
I don't know that. I was not in the meeting. The meeting was attended, I think, of Matthew. It was a very small meeting. Dr. Sawyer, Matthew, I think, and Boima. I think the cadre traveled with Mr. Matthews. April 13, 1979 was a very tough day, emotional day for the government, for PAL, and for a lot of people in this town. So there were a number of considerations. Yes, in the heat of the conversation, maybe Matthew said that to Boima, but Oscar Quia came and struck a deal with Omen Albert Port. I struck a deal with George Brown to intervene. So all of us were trying to find a way. Those were difficult hours, my friend. Those were, if you, I don't envy, I don't wish my enemy, my worst enemy, I don't wish those hours, those 24 hours on my worst enemy.
Is that the letter?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want to read it for us, or you just want to pass it on quietly to the commission?
It's not my letter, though.
No, I mean, we can make copy. Okay, so he can read it. Can you read the letter for us, please?
This letter was dated April 25, 1979. It reads, His Excellency Dr. William R. Talbot Jr. By the way, the letter, it was done in Matthew's handwriting from prison. This letter, 29 years ago, was written from prison. And so in this booklet, you have Matthew's handwriting and his signature. I identify with his signature. The reading. His Excellency Dr. William R. Talbot, President of the Republic of Liberia, the Executive Mansion, Monrovia, Liberia. Dear Mr. President, if you see this letter, the quotation, in PAL, we develop series of quotes. And the first two lines in the letter, they are in quotes. It meaning that I'm writing the letter under circumstances. And only the members of this inner circle of power will know this.
this what was in quote. He said, I appreciate the fact that the authorities have permitted me to write you this letter. You hear that? I appreciate the fact that the authorities have permitted me to write you this letter. Sir, permit me to express regrets on behalf of myself and my collaborators to note the dilemma in which we, young people, face. Your thoughts and actions, sir, are based upon the experience of things as they possibly be. We, unfortunately, know only the present. We are the now generation. Then he wrote, Dada. Being young people, our minds are filtered for visions. We want things as we think they ought to be, but we lack the experience of the process by which they have reached this far, learned this far. This is our problem. Yes, the costly lesson we have learned tells us that we are going nowhere for nothing unless we can rely on the experience and wisdom of men such as you. After much reflection, I have become convinced that those of us who were so confident about our method now have every reason to thoroughly re-examine them. We invite you to help us develop a true perspective of the forces we ought to work for and not against. You will be making a lasting contribution to the future of our country if we, young people, mean much to you. Then, sir, the challenge is yours. On behalf of all of us, I appeal for your fatherly consideration to permit us to utilize our energies in helping to carry out a meaningful program of national reconstruction to heal the wounds under your direct supervision. I plead that you constitute all of us into a special committee for national reconstruction. His duties may include, as you see fit, the awakening of public spirit for the OAU conference, promoting a nationwide called All Liberians Are One. All Liberians Are One campaign. Reassuring business houses that the events of April 14 are behind us and will not be repeated. And with the assistance of our associates abroad, a well-ordered public relations campaign to raise high again our country's image abroad. We will commit our energy to this, sir, if you will guide our work whereby we can learn something from you. It will be fine, sir, Mr. President, if the world can see that unity of purpose persists among the Liberian people and we remain one nation under God indivisible. We appeal to you for this unique act of statesmanship. There are reasons why you are president, and as I told you once, you are far from being just another African head of state. As my father used to say, God made some people, but we created others. In the cause of the people, respectfully, Gabriel Bacchus Matthew, Chairman, Progressive Alliance of Liberia. He said, P.S., we'll be honored to discuss this in detail with you, sir. April 25, 1979. Yeah, I know, Pete.
And that was the letter that had some of your colleagues upset, like Mr. Jackson and others? Okay. You mentioned earlier that Mr. Matthew's mother used to come to your offices and bring biscuits and cookies, sometimes cassava, but then she also left you all with an advice. They say that the small child who once lived to fight another day.
A child that runs today will live to fight another battle tomorrow.
Another battle.
Tomorrow.
So do you see, is Mr. Matthews was he trying to tell you all in his letter that it's okay today, but we can concede and then fight another day?
The letter was clear. It's a clear letter. Don't let me subject the letter to my own lenses. It's a clear letter. Can't you see?
Well, I was not there.
No, I'm talking about the reading.
Oh, okay. I'll move on to my next question. You were the coordinator of PAL, okay? When you along with others plan the demonstration for that April 14, what measures or plan B did you have to deal with emergencies? As you saw, you had emergencies in the end.
We found a medical doctor who was certified to handle emergency. That's what we did.
Okay. You also spoke a lot about the TWP, the root of suppression and repression, and you spoke about Treason and others being powerful, but also men who were part of that entire suppressive government. How do you feel today as a Liberian? What is your relationship now with maybe heirs of the Treasons, of some of those who were at the echelon of the government at the time, and maybe even some members of the Two-We Party that you know? What is your relationship now with Speaking Reconciliation and Peace?
They will always be my friends. We are Liberians. We disagree about a particular time in our country history.
Okay.
You know, we have to pull it behind to move forward.
My next question, and this question is just out of curiosity. When you spoke about the rights demonstration, and you spoke about the brutality and everything, and then the following year, April 12th, there was a coup, and then on the 22nd, there was the execution, and some of these people who were a part of the suppression that you mentioned, some of them were also executed. How much do you think that the execution of some of these people had to do with the incidents of the rice riot and other incidents of suppression against other Liberians, people like you? For example, Frank Torba was executed. Vani Demsos was police director. He was police director at the time of the rice riot, I suppose.
Yeah.
Joseph Treason was Attorney General. James A. Pierre E. Reginald Townsend was chairman of the TWP. Did you see any connection there, or was just a mere coincidence?
I let you say coincidence.
It was a coincidence?
I think so. They were actors. They were actors at a time in our country history. Events just clash.
Okay. Okay, now I would like you to just share with us very succinctly, what do you envision now for peace and reconciliation of Liberia?
For me, my thing is, I have the poverty reduction strategy. That's where I want to be. That's the roadmap the government, the sitting government has designed to follow. There are some components of that roadmap that I disagree with. I want to work with people so they can factor in my disagreement. For example,
You had a budget debate that took place recently. I mean, one directly, indirectly, I was involved with that debate. And that's what all of us should do. So that if something goes wrong tomorrow, the president of Liberia will run, everybody in the country will run. And so it's in our interest collectively to work for the good of the country, because the leadership question of our country has been resolved. We had an election, Mr. Selly won. For me, then we should stop there. Now let's take the second stage. Let's run a country now, because there's a difference between the politics of election and the politics of governance. There's a difference. So she finished winning the election now, we got to help her to govern. That's what I'm interested in. And for me, that's a key cornerstone to progress.
You knew Mr. Wesson. You were close to the late Thomas Wesson. And my question here is, and I'm asking this question to see whether, or to lay the basis for human rights abuses, how far we've come as a people, what we can do. At the time of his arrest and then subsequent death, how was his family treated? His wife, his kids, relatives, close friends?
I wish they fled, the family did not have any place to anchor. No, the family didn't have. In our country, and you as social worker, I'm sure you know, when something happens to the breadwinner.
I have social work background.
You have social work background. I appreciate the correction. When something happens to the breadwinner, we know what happens. Wesson was a breadwinner to his wife, to his kids, and more so at that time with the government thing. Yeah, here and there, but his wife died. She got murdered by MPF forces in Bombay, I think 1994. His kids once supposed to be graduating from the University of Liberia. The family is struggling like any other Liberian. The question of reconciliation, in this kind of situation we're in, some family member will help here, family member will help there. Because we got to move on.
Okay, the exact question was whether as a result of his being persecuted by his colleagues in the military, his family was also directly persecuted during that time. Whether they were picked up, they were in prison, they were brutalized, or they were just left alone.
Can I plead that I don't go there?
Well, you don't have to, it's all right.
Thank you.
Okay. My last question. Your entire testimony here yesterday and also answering our questions today, if you've read the popular political satire by George Orwell, Animal Farm, I'm just, with all of the intrigues and everything that you've shared with us here that was happening then, especially during the early days of the PRC, do you think those of you who came from a different school of thought, but who also later on were recruited into the PRC government to help, people like you, Dr. Famule, Mr. Matthews, and others, was there, or do you think that there was anything you could have done to have probably reversed or sidetrack some of what was happening at the time that eventually led to a lot of death, a lot of hurt? Do you think there was anything you could have done to probably avoid what one popular newspaper editor called it, the Animal Farm situation? where the revolution ate its own babies?
The commissioner is recommending that you read the Animal Farm. Those of you who haven't read it, she said you should read it. To answer you directly, we're talking money, Lone Star play yesterday. We're wondering what is it that Kevin Segbe, the midfielder, you asking what is it that Salinsa Diba, that's the kind of question you're asking. It's money. It's money.
But you made a comment yesterday, but do you mind that we are discussing today about the future, but we need to understand yesterday so that we don't go back into those ugly things of yesterday that impacted what is happening today? That's the basis of some of these questions.
No. I respect the question. It's just that I'm to processing the point. That's why I said this money. Looking back, let me tell you, and the question you raised, I first raised it in a personal context. Henry Zuo, Westside, Tomo Kwewongba, had those boys agree on the morning of April 14, had they gotten violent like the police, the situation would have been far worse than we are now discussing. But it's because the military decided that they were not true in this political process that maybe personally myself that I'm living. Now, I suppose so I take that same token, I took Westside Podia, the one that recruited me to come work for PRC. I took these guys to a different ball game. The political business, the give and take, it was not their game. It was not their game. So I took them to my game and I did not protect them. And they got into the game, they didn't understand the rules of the game. Or for the sake of the discussion, let's assume they understood some rule, but the rule they understood were military rules. And the political rule, it give and take, not take and take. Different rules. And so yes, you can talk about Otwell, the Animal Farm, the old Major, and all of those people. But for me, I wish we have done better though. The question you raised is there's anything you could have done. There were things that happened in 1980, and I like to think they are happening today. When you sit with the president of Liberia or any other president, the reason in my mind that you were recruited is to bring the best options to prepare the president or the prime minister or the king or the minister with the best options to enable them to make decisions. People that go into public service should not go to just make money and answer yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. I believe that has been a problem. I shouldn't use the word problem. That has been our challenge. We got to find a way when we get in strategic place in our governance process to say, even though, Madam President, tomorrow you will fire me, but whatever you're considering, I don't think that's a good option. Here, another option. And that's what it requires of us. That's what it requires. And you, because when the decision is taken, then you can't be like what somebody said the other day, some higher or fool the president, or
No. So yes, maybe there could have been different things, yes, but now it's money.
Thank you. I think we should.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness, my dear brother, for sharing your perspectives with us. And I'd just like to ask a few questions. Yesterday in your presentation, you emphasized and in a way placed special emphasis on ethnicity. And if I should just quote, you said you didn't care about the policies, about the politics. You were concerned about other young natives. Reference to George Bowley and others who have come, whom you have befriended on the grounds that yes, these were educated native boys coming, and we are befriending them. So my question is, as per your diagnosis, it appeared to me, drawing from what you said, it appears to me that you single out ethnicity as being the core problem of the Liberian crisis, the Liberian problem. But I would just like to ask, what would you say about the class dimensions of the Liberian problem, other than just, oh yes, this man is a native man, and this man, a Congo man, and stuff like that?
You raised two issues, Commissioner.
Was it ethnicity or was it class?
I understand the question.
I mean, that had the predominant proportions.
Predominant proportion in 1980-81 were ethnic.
And not class.
And not class. So what is the meaning of that? When a coup took place, all of the quote-unquote established indigenous sons and daughters went into hiding. They fled. They make re-entry through the ethnic corridor, not because they have money, or not because class, or wealth, or standing. No. They went in. Those guys that went to Tomokomba, say because we the same people, we native, we try to get their advice, and they didn't listen. Those guys that went to each one of the PRC members went there on the ground that, we the same native people, and we've been telling these people, and they didn't listen. So it was that ethnic thing that gave them a chair in a room. When they got in a room, then they began to slowly play the class card, that they get experience, that they educated, that they get friends, business friends, and all of that. So if you were putting them in order, ethnic 1, class 2.
But then how would you explain the ascendancy of non-American Liberians or non-Congos to membership in the ruling elite prior to 1980? How can one explain that?
Say that again. What's your question again?
I said, how does one then explain the ascendancy of non-American Liberians, or in other words, indigenous Liberians, to positions of privilege within the ruling class, and with all the perks that went with such positions of privilege?
The way to capture it is, you recall, say throughout the 70s, and that's why I was making the point yesterday that when you draw the line tight on 79, it poses some difficulties. That was the reason I was saying that. Between, say, for example, not to bore you, say from 1960, just watch the evolution, the transition throughout the country. Why you recall
by 1965, President Tubman, with all the open door policy and all of that, they created 5 new counties. 1965. 4 new counties? 64. When they created those counties, 64, they brought into the living room Lofa, they brought in Grand Jide, they brought in Bon, and they brought in Nima. Those counties were the in-war counties. The original 4 or 5 counties, they were all coastal county. And when you talk about the interior regulation, it was a way to practicalize the interior regulation issue by Arthur Barclay between 1935 and 1940. Then Tubman came. And when Tubman came, the division between the natives and the American-Liberian, the division had widened. And the whole effort, there was a calculated effort to close it. And in the process of closing that gap, Tubman introduced the open door policy to bring in investment. And so, Bombing Hills, Bomb Mine, Nima Mountain, and all those things started to come in. By that time, indigenous people were then exhibiting strength by way of maybe their education. You get Jim Y. Barbier, you get Harris of Grand Jide, you talking about Henry Boyman, Famula, the old man, you talk, all of these boys, the indigenous fellows who did well in school, who had the blessing of some American Liberian were showing signs. So then you begin, in fact, the whole other piece of extending the rule of central government, they began to talk about the district commissioner. They begin to assign commissioners from Monrovia to different counties, different provinces. And the point I'm making, Mr. Commissioner, is that it has been a gradual effort because they too started to see that the gap between the establishment and the indigenous class were wide and that they were creating insecurity for themselves. So those ones you refer to that got to the top of the system, it was for the security of the ruling class itself. It was not because they were generous. It was strategic. It was tactical on their part.
Okay, going by that argument, then how can one explain the aberrations of Doe, who was an indigenous person extended to power, yet during whose tenure the contradictions in society widened and deepened? If, for example, one looks at the post-April 12 executions, and one argues that most of those who were executed were American Liberians or from the American Liberian stock or non-indigenous Liberians, and just fast forward to the total number of executions and extrajudicial killings that occurred under Doe, you'll find out that our American Liberians accounted for probably less than 1%. So how can then, against the background of such an analysis you just provided, how can one explain the fact that though an indigenous person, if the issue now, as you say, was not class but ethnicity, then how does one contextualize those rules against the backdrop of oppression, killings, and all of that, mostly of people of indigenous stock?
When a social worker walks into the room, Mr. Commissioner, what is usually done is to provide a full psychosocial or a diagnostic of the situation. I said yesterday, if you recall, that one of the errors I thought was made, say for example, April 12, we increased the payroll from 6 million to 30 million the first day. What information do you have to have made such a critical policy decision? That's number one. Number two, what was the international situation? The issue of Samuel Doe began, and you and I can have this conversation later on. Samuel Doe was an element, a missed element in history. SK didn't have a sense of purpose or why the revolution needed to take place. He didn't understand it.
That's a subjective factor, but if I should call you to
No,
a
no,
point...
if I can quantify that what you consider suggestive.
Please go ahead.
When people come to the policy table, you come with values. You come with beliefs. It is your values and beliefs that are manifested in the formulation of any given policy. Somebody will say to you that when it's value, they can be objective or they can be subjective. Somebody will argue that. Or they logic, or they, But I'm saying, Samuel Doe came to the leadership of the country. Even the mission. Let's forget about value because you're getting too sociological. What was the mission of the PRC? What did they say? Well, they issued a paper, Mr. Commissioner, on April 14, 1980. What did that paper say? Now, if you want to say that my assessment is subjective, then match what happened with Samuel Doe and what that paper that Samuel Doe presented to the nation on April 14, what it say?
No, if we just look at the records, for example, by 1974-75, the period 76 during the 70s, when you and I were university students, the record shows that about 3% of the Liberian population was accounting for more than 60% of the gross domestic product of the country. In other words, only a few people were eating most of the money that was being produced by the Liberian economy. And that few consisted of the ruling class dominated by Americo-Liberians. But if you look at the period, the post-April 12, the skewedness of income distribution sharpened, where you had even less than that 3%, accounting for over 60% of the national income. So to the average indigenous man, there was no change. He was still at the bottom, despite the fact that an indigenous leader was, despite the fact that an indigenous leader was sitting in position of power, the domination of power was exclusive, restricted to military men, specifically those of the military council, and of course to those who had ethnic lineages to them. So the income distribution was still skewed. So if I raise the issue about class and ethnicity, that's why I come from to ask the question whether it was class or whether it was ethnicity. Because after 1980, the condition of the ordinary man did not change. Although there was an increase in salaries, mind you, inflation went even higher. So what the increase in salaries was meant to address was actually undermined by such a policy. So if we look at now how income was distributed in the TRC period, in the PRC, People's Redemption Council, during the rule of the People's Redemption Council, you see there was no departure from income distribution as compared to when the Americo-Liberian ruling elite was in power.
So let me just plead with the panel that this line of questioning, so that I can adapt it, so it can become mine, because you just made my point. You made my point. You said it all. So that's my answer.
Okay, if we should move on a bit. So I conclude that your answer, it was class, not ethnicity.
No, I said it became class later on. That first, they entered corporate room or the ballroom using the ethnic card. And later on, that card was converted to the class card.
Okay, let's not belabor the point. Let's move on.
Oh, you wanted something else?
I will not belabor the point, and let's move on. Let's make progress.
No, it's important. Like maybe there's something that need to be said.
Well, we may
Because
have
what I see you looking for.
We may have some disagreements or disputations, whatever the case may be.
I thought we
And
agree on this one. No, but I thought we agree on this one. We agree.
Let's move. That's why I said let's move on.
Okay.
You were an active student leader during the 1970s at the University of Liberia. A member of the
All-Student Allied
Party. One of the parties, or the party in opposition to the Student Unification Party.
Yes, I was.
Now, I would like to ask you from your perspective, just looking back. Of course, it was always argued that university students had a hand in national politics or discussing issues of national concern. So I would like to ask you, from your perspective, how did such extraneous influences or interests, not influences, but such extraneous interests, influence student political behavior at the University of Liberia, and how does such behavior impact national decision making and the conduct of national policy?
When you leave high school, or let me turn it this way. I watched 3 of my children in high school and into college. We try to mold them. We try to shape their identity, their values. By the time Karn went to college or Kwame or Polo, all the case, they have developed what is good or what is wrong or right, what is good or bad. They are observing my own children. When you enter the university, you are going, you first decided that you 18 or you 20, and you now man, you on your own. And you begin to act in ways to show that you this man, you in charge of your own destiny. And you begin to change and shape and identify with issues on the basis of your values and beliefs. So at the University of Liberia, the population of University of Liberia was such that it came from the downtrodden, from the poor people, the men and women of the, those were the case that assembled at LU. And that is why, Mr. Commissioner, it was difficult to get the student to agree. For example, people that organized soup, if you were made, they said that it was a Native People Party. You recall that, right?
Yeah.
There were some people who, in fact, there was another party, the Winkses, the tall body fellows, I think some Democratic Party.
It was the Student Democratic Party, SDP or SDP.
Yeah. We, those good number of us, Onzuba now, Kemen Gaman, Steve Brewer now, Dwayne Chenen, Ansu Soni, I think Vice President at the University of Liberia, all of the boys, we thought about what is the business of talking about what the role of university students should be when we're talking in the context of Native and Congo. You remember that debate?
Very well.
And so there were a number of us who thought that you can discuss the future of this country without resorting to who is Congo and who is Native. Because if you have visited Arlington or Maysbury, you name it around here, my parents do well than them socially, socio-economically. My parents started were better than them. Because the struggling that they go through is the struggling my family go through. Besides the fact that they let you behave that they're better than the native, but our people have values, our people have structure, our people have culture. And so in the manifestation of that debate, people took side at the university. The question I suppose you are raising, Mr. Commissioner, is, so those of us who came out of the university, say who are in soup, what have we done with our training, with our alliances since we left the university? Have we stayed the code? Because when you're in soup, the time you were there, I was there. When you're in soup, then you're progressive. When you're not soup, when you're not in soup, you're not progressive. So can you now look back and see a lot of the case that went in to soup, what they're doing today, how their life is impacting on the delivery of goods and services, or those that found their position in national position, are they performing? Are they doing what soup say is stood for in the 70s, in the 80s?
That question can be conversely applied to ASAP as well.
To all of us from the university.
Yeah.
To all of us.
Rather than go that way, I think we should look at the historical context.
But that the historical context, you should be careful not to distort.
The historical, no. How can we not discuss the historical context?
No, I said distort. I didn't say discuss. You should discuss it, but you should be careful not to so do small thing with A. That's all.
Are you suggesting by those comments that
Mr. Commissioner and Mr. Witness, can I beg you to just question and answer rather than debate? So that we can dispose.
Yes, no.
Okay, let's move on. Concerning the 1979 so-called riots and demonstration, you made reference to a meeting that was held at the cemetery to discuss the looming crisis that was evolving right prior to April 14th. And in your presentation, your written presentation, you emphasized that Mr. Matthews was unwilling to yield to advice to call off the demonstration. It stated that in your presentation.
You have it there?
Yes, I have it here.
Read it.
Is that somewhere? It would require time to go through, but it's there.
I'm trying to help you find it, sir.
Okay, maybe some of our colleagues can find it while we continue the discussion. Okay, I found it. It starts from the last paragraph, 1, page 5, the last paragraph. And if I should just read it for you.
Yes, please.
On the evening of April 12, 1979, the leaders of PAL and Moja convened a meeting in order to bring order to a senseless situation. The meeting did not change the minds of the people. PAL insisted on going ahead with the demonstration. Dr. Sawyer and Dr. Fambule appeared disappointed over Matthews's refusal and his willingness to go ahead with the demonstration. So against the backdrop of what had been explained earlier, particularly when the former Secretary General, Mr. Weedeh, appeared here before this commission, I want to ask now, why, despite the attempts, why did Mr. Matthews, peace be to his ashes, he's not here to explain, but those in the leadership perhaps can explain, what was the position of the general leadership in the face of Mr. Matthews' refusal to back down, call off the demonstration when there had been notice that the government was going to use force on that morning? Can you say that intransigence on both sides, on the side of Mr. Matthews and on the side of the government, culminated in what resulted in the April 14th? Can we say that on hindsight, on reflection today?
I can say that on the evening of April 13, the Secretary General of PAL sat down to work out something through the mediation effort of Mr. Albert Port. I can say that. 2, I can say that the General Coordinator of the Progressive Alliance of Liberia sat down with Bishop George Brown, A. Tuburi, to work out something. Now, if you paint the discussion on what Matthew did or what Matthew didn't do, I would plead with you that do not go there. I came to this conversation to talk about what I did and what I did not do.
Yes, but we were looking at a larger picture, and we want to understand, especially for those of our people who are now grown-ups and were not even born then. I refer, for example, to myself. I have a daughter who is now in college, but who was not born then. I'm sure you have kids who are now grown and were not born then. And as a way of helping them understand our past, to safeguard against unwanted intrusion of unholy influences into our future, I think it's just about appropriate that we contextualize it and discuss it.
We should, except that I'm saying to you that
So I'm saying, as a person in the leadership,
Matthew met with Dr. Sawyer and Dr. Fambule on the 12th. The effort to work out something, Mr. Commissioner, didn't end on the 12th. But for me, I recorded that because it was a major point in the whole effort to get this demonstration on or off. And so one of the critical conversations that took place that I can recall now, it was that conversation. The other conversation, as you noted, is the conversation that happened between, because again, my brother, there was a lot of effort to avoid the kind of thing that we're talking about today. There was a lot of effort. There was not just one thing. Now, sometimes knowing historically, and my response to you is because of our past. Matthews met with Burma, with Amos. They had a conversation. Like I
was
said,
in that meeting.
You were.
Yes,
I
sir.
was not. So you have a better perspective than me.
Yes,
You-
that's
you
what I'm
understand?
saying.
You and I raised a meeting of March 25th. You and I, the meeting of March 25th, when we met with President Tolbo and his people, you were there, both of us were in our meeting.
That's right.
Now, we can have a discussion because we're all there.
Let's hold on a minute. Audience, please, let's have it quiet so that we can understand what is happening. Thank you.
Both of us were at that March 25th meeting. So today now, I guess we 20, 30 years older, we can have a different kind of conversation, I guess. But the key is there was a lot of effort that went into that. It's money.
Let's move on to Tuesday.
Yes, please.
Also recalling your statement, what is contained therein, that the letter which my colleague referred to earlier, that had been written by Mr. Matthews from prison, sparked an angry reaction, according to what you have written in your statement, from Mr. Sam Jackson at the Monrovia Central Prison, at which you were detained.
And you were too, right?
That's right.
Good.
But looking back, shall we please be quiet?
Please, ladies and gentlemen, please let the proceedings continue.
And if I should recall correctly, if I'm mistaken, please correct me, that this letter was written after those who had been arrested in connection with that demonstration had been charged with treason.
Yes.
You recall that?
Yeah.
And that, to the best of my recollections, and I suppose to yours, there was no prior discussion, or maybe with the PAL leadership, about whether the letter should have been written or not.
Not at all. I agree with you.
But the contents of the letter accepted responsibility for what happened. The government has said that the leaders of PAL and Moja were responsible for the damage that occurred in the city. The leadership had taken a different position by that letter acknowledging responsibility and acknowledging error in judgment on the part of those accused of treason. Do you think, on hindsight, do you think such a letter, even though you spoke to it earlier and tried to defend it, but don't you think that the source of Mr. Jackson's anger stems from the fact that such attributed blame to those who were not to blame, especially when one considers the aftermath, the Brunner Commission's report and all of that?
It's not so much that I'm trying to justify the letter, Commissioner. I was saying to you that, look, when we came from prison, I took the letter to over 10 lawyers, and they in their expert opinion, didn't see how that letter could have convicted us. They didn't see it. PR-wise, it was a bad letter. And if you recall, you knew I was one of those that were very upset, if you can recall. But when I came out of prison, because I keep asking myself, what if true we party people decided they would take us to court? That's why I decided to talk to lawyers. To the extent that some of the people said to me, just in case there was a situation to go to court, you can ask for a severance trial. Yeah. Because I first felt very sincerely that we should have a chance But if say we in money business, we were all in prison. If you recall, Matthew was at NSA somewhere prison or cell, and we were in South Beach, in different place. So if you talk about the possibility of convening a central or leadership meeting, it was impossible, I think. Now, you can argue and you'll be right to say, but look, saying it is a leadership thing, why are you in a rush to go write a letter like that? And you will be right. Matthew argue and say, if the president needs something to save, for face saving, I'll write it. So he wrote it. And knowing the level of tolerance President Tolbert have given to the whole to the whole effort to construct multi-party architectural. Oh yes, I cannot, I have to. You see, in a business begin, sometimes you got to give and take. Sometimes you got to cut your lumps. Sometimes you got to move on. Got to move on. I would have been very disappointed, right? When we came from prison, had I seen Matthew's attitude changing? I did not see it. Because he became more vigilant. He had conduct of the party's affairs. And for me, that was very satisfying for me, sir. Now, we can do all the class analysis and all of that, but Matthew stuck to the gun to build a multi-party system. And I have to say thank you, I have to say thank you to him. Oh yes, we had some disagreement, no doubt. But I wish he made some decision that he had not made. I will have to confess. And I can name one or two of them to you. Matthew, we came out of prison, and Gabriel said that Samuel Doe and people took us from prison, meaning Paul, and that he was not going to fight Samuel Doe, fight True We Party people, fight for True We Party people to be positioned. And if you notice, a lot of time, you were here, I was not, but a lot of time, Matthew, some of the stuff that Doe were doing, Matthew refused to take Doe on. It was deliberate. That decision was made April 12, 1980. Matthew said, something I said to him, he said, Carlo, something will have been in jail still. If these boys are not taking you from jail, you cannot be so critical of them. We got to help them to change. And all through, if you recall, Matthew was opposed to, because there are people in this town, in the True We Party, because of the 13 people that were executed, who wanted the government to go down at all costs. They didn't care what damage would occur. As long there was a vengeance, as long they paid back, they were ready to go to the extreme, and they did. This why 300,000 people got killed and buried in this place, Stewart. You know that. You know that, old man.
Okay, if I should just move on. There are conflicting accounts of was it March 5th or March 8th, midnight?
March 3rd.
March 3rd. There have been conflicting accounts. In his presentation to this TRC, the former Secretary General of the UPP, or PPP at the time, Oscar Jaiquia, when asked about the Midnight March, said it was intended to present a petition to the president, but knowing that the security forces may have forestalled such a march were they to be in the know, they decided to go there at midnight. So by the time it was daylight, they would have already been there to present the petition. In your presentation yesterday, you mentioned that you had received, excuse me, you mentioned that you had received information about a right-wing coup in the making. And as such, had gone to the mansion in an attempt to forestall such a plan. Now, I want to ask, firstly, which of the two accounts is the accurate one? Second, granted that, and looking at argument on either side, how could the presence of cadres, militants, supporters of PPP at the time converge on the grounds of the executive mansion forestall a coup if it were to happen?
Mr. Commissioner, that's a very good question. Very good question. On March 3rd was on a Monday. March 2nd was on a Sunday. I was in San Quentin at a meeting to present the party document to the partisan of NEMA. March 2nd. March 1st was on a Saturday. I'm taking you back because sometimes sometimes we get caught up with some sidebars. The issue I think that you're raising is that we went, that the power people went to the executive ground late hour. For me, I think that's the issue you're raising. And the power people, if you recall also, they never had a chance to explain. To say, for example, they would do this, they would do that. The only explanation that came through was the declaration of intent. If you since we're doing money quarterbacking, the only explanation on the power thing was that we had a situation that was moving rapidly. All right, when Quia, if you recall, was living and working in Lamco. You know, the headquarters was here. There we were. You know, to survive those days, the kind of work that, whether it's Moja or PAL, that was being done, you know. And so I'm saying to say that I want to encourage you to say that, for me, strategically, when Matthew and the guy walk on the mansion, they expose us. We could have been executed. Our party dream would have ended right there because we played straightly into three-way party hands. I told Gabriel, because when I came from Nima, Yekepa that evening about 11 o'clock, we arrived in town. Chia Chipo, SK Kopo, Poker Rivals, all of us arrived in town that late hour. And I said I was going to Getty Street. There was something that was very uncomfortable, something that was not right. And Councillor Chia Chipo said to me, "You think party business you will die in the place you but care, you but go home." And that's how reluctantly I went home because I was living Conway. Now, I would have stepped into the heat of battle without knowing. Had Chia Chipo not made a noise behind me to go home, find something to do, I would have jumped into the police net without knowing. Because the decision to go that night, no, because that's why all of us, including Secretary General Quia, that we came back to town. Because we knew this stuff that was happening. So we all came back. When Chipo filed a bond paper for Sam Doki and all the guys in Nima, we came back because we knew that in town was not looking correct. So what the Quia say, you were not going to present a petition because first Toba was not in town, Toba was in Nima. Yes, the guy made a panic, they thought that maybe they can prevent it. When they threw into that kind of situation, there will be a lot of stuff, and wherever they have going, they will have to rethink because there will be too many people on the ground, too many soldiers, too many police. Maybe. But again, that's the maybe we into getting business now. We into getting business now.
Now, okay, rolling further. As a coordinator with the PRC, People Redemption Council, you will recall that early on in the years of the People Redemption Council, there was a pronouncement by the council through the head of state that some students would have been executed.
Yeah.
You recall? And at the last minute, a reprieve was given.
Yeah.
And we all saw the reaction of the public in Monrovia.
Yeah.
But I would just like to ask you that being at the center at that time, was this a general consensus of the council that the students be executed? Or was it a singular decision by Doe? And what were the going-ons and that you saw? The behind-the-scenes discussions and all of that at that time?
The accounting or the situation you're trying to describe, Mr. Commissioner, took place in 1982.
Yes, 1982.
It was Siava Blackhead that was head of the student government at the university.
Yeah.
I was in New York.
Well, I'm sorry for...
It's okay.
The execution of Thomas Wesson, were you in Liberia or?
I was in the Capitol building.
You were in the Capitol building?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the aftermath of the execution, there were widespread rumors that those executions were influenced by the Americans, and that there may have been some U.S. soldiers who were around the post-Tacket at the time the executions were carried out. Recently in Minnesota, in the U.S., there was a witness who appeared before the commission and testified that he was in the yard of the post-Tacket and witnessed the execution of Thomas Wesson and others. But is there any iota of truth to the stories carried at the time that the Americans were responsible or may have influenced the execution of these men?
I think there's evidence, there's truth to that. I also think that if you recall, it was in the heat of the Libyans being here, the Libyans giving 100 scholarships, the Libyan pledging some money. That was the heat. It was in the heat of the Cold War thing. By that time, the Americans have decorated General Tom Okwonga, and we lost Tom. When we lost Tom Okwonga to the Americans...
When you say we, who's the we you have reference to?
I mean the government. The PRC lost Tom Okwonga. He became American agent. He acted directly, indirectly, condemning any dissenting view to be communist, any dissenting view to be socialistic. We lost Tom in a debate. And the debate at the time was about Liberia taking a nationalist position. For example, what do we do with our country? Growing food, going to the barrio, having a discussion to fix the country, to develop a budget, to find people that will help us in the context of our foreign policy, in the genuine non-alignment. That Tom started saying that that's a socialist thing, So this is why I say we lost him. So when Wesan was arrested, they came and they said that Wesan wanted to, Gaddafi gave Wesan $60,000 to bring the Libyan people back, and all that stuff were floating. There's a gentleman, maybe you guys may want to invite him. I heard yesterday he's living, Jerry Friday. He's member of the PRC. He's living. There's another gentleman that you may want to find. He was a member of the PRC, Jacob Swain. I heard he's living. Talk to them, because Jacob Swain and Jerry Friday were very active when Wesan was arrested. They were very active.
In the arrest, or?
They were very active. The arrest and execution, they were very active. Call them. And when you call them, and in your process to call them, ask them where they bury him.
Thank you very, very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Testing, testing, testing. Thank you very much, Mr. Witness, for your presentation. First of all, I must say that I really appreciated your written package, because it provided to me some of the most detailed information of that particular critical period of our history. I have some questions, but I want to make some points of clarity first, because I don't want you to feel that my questions are personal in any way, but they're geared towards trying to understand what happened. The Act says that we must try to understand whether there were isolated incidents or part of a systematic pattern, whether violations established the antecedent factors, circumstances, factors, and content of each violation and abuse, and determining those responsible for the commission of the violations and abuses and their motives, as well as their impact on victims. This is just reading from the Act. So some of the questions then may be delicate, but please, it's just an open question. If you want to answer, you can answer. If you don't, no problem.
Thank you, sir.
All right, first of all, I'd like to look at the rice issue. Again, there's a long point here, but I want you to listen to the points and then give me your honest opinion at the end. Today, we are being advised by our current government to change our eating habits by considering edibles, cassavas, etc., as we are unable to feed ourselves. Also, you confessed earlier that increasing the price of rice would force the common people to adjust their eating habits away from rice because of the cost factor. Then, during the time of your initiatives, or you meaning the PPP or PAL, etc., against the government's rice plan, did you all know that the Ministry of Education had initiated a plan to make Liberia self-sufficient in rice production by the 1980s through the very things that you mentioned that are critical for food security? For example, farm cooperatives as a new infrastructure. 2, establishment of the Agricultural Development Bank as a source of cash credit for farmers, and mass support to farms through various regional model farm projects like Kari Project, Agrimico, etc., as technological base. And then on that foundation, don't you see that the possibility that PAL, PPP's action was like seeking to give food to the suffering men, while the government's long-term plan saw the future and thus sought to enable the suffering man to become self-reliant and thus independent while overcoming poverty through though it was in the short term, those few people would enrich themselves, as is the fact. Don't you see that there could have been this kind of long-term vision for the whole process? Just a short opinion, please.
I see. You said, don't you see? I said, yes, I see.
Okay, thank you, that's all. Thank you, I appreciate that. That's the kind of answer I would like. Okay. Okay, my next question was for you to please share more light on this so-called alleged coup plot. But you did technically answer it by saying that it was heard that there was a right wing section of the Chui party wanted to overthrow Talbot. So your group wanted to warn him in that they felt it would be better for their long-term objectives. And my colleague asked you just now to clarify whether this decision to warn was primary as compared to the decision to make a proclamation. And I didn't quite get the answer, but I'm assuming that the decision to warn was the primary thing for that midnight march on the mansion. Can I get a confirmation on that, or?
You will not get it.
Okay.
Because I don't have it.
Excuse me?
I say I don't have any confirmation.
Okay, so you don't really know. Okay, thank you. I understand. Do you believe that Talbot was perceived as being left-wing by the world body? And was there an actual warning that took place of the Talbot's government during that time of the march on the mansion? Or was it aborted?
What's the relationship of that question between what the world perceived Talbot to be and the
Left-wing. But you had mentioned earlier the right-wing part of the Chui party wanted to overthrow him. So they just assumed then it means that they must have perceived him as somebody against them. So I just used left-wing.
When you talk them, you're talking about within the party?
Yes, Chui party.
I'd like to think there was a sharp division within the party, sir.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
Oh, you are right. If you are alluding to the division within the party, that there was a liberal wing of the Chui party and that there was a conservative wing of the Chui party, then yes, that's a good assumption to make. You will be landing on safe ground, sir.
Thank you very much. Now, you see, I'm just kind of understanding things. So
That's okay. That's okay.
It seems that there was a time where you all were put in jail in March. First of all, were you part of that, or was just the leadership in the sense of Marcus Matthews and others, that March 8th time when they arrested everybody?
I say over 600 PAL members from around the country were locked up in Postaki, including myself.
Okay. And how long did that imprisonment last? Did it last until the coup itself?
It lasted until 6 o'clock, April 12, 1980.
Okay, so you're talking about from March 8th to April 12th.
Precisely.
So during that 1 month period, what was really happening outside with regards to your party's actions, or did everything just cease? Did you hear anything while you were in the cells, or can you share light on that, please? And again, my motivation is I'm trying to understand what really brought about the need for the military, a small portion of the military, to rise up and kill the leader of Liberia. So I'm trying to, that period was a very delicate period. Already he'd been accused by his own party as being right-wing, left-wing, meaning against them. And then suddenly your party, your group, has shown us that you had a pure mind towards opposing the government, in the sense that you didn't want violence. So it means that this violence came from some outside source. So it must have been during that critical period in March, because the rice riot time, the military was not active violently. They didn't take any side. They were neutral. It was the police that did it. But now suddenly now the military is motivated. So I'm trying to understand what happened during that period. Do you have anything that could help us?
Why I'd like to contribute to your search, Mr. Commissioner. You want me to speak for the armed forces of Liberia, which I will not do.
No.
Let's set that straight. I can offer opinion, I will.
Yeah, that's what I mean, just an opinion from what
But
you heard.
I do not speak for the army, and so the question I indicated in the disco yesterday, sir, that on several occasions, the government of Liberia brought the army out of the barrack. You recall that, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, great. And I'm saying to you, the military got comfortable on the outside. The government made it clear to the military that they were not restricted to the rules of the game. There are rules governing the behavior of the military. And the True Party decided, for their own selfish reason, to abrogate that. And now you come and you ask me, I can't answer you, Omer Asari.
No, thank you very much for sharing your opinion, because we realized that the group that did the coup was not the military as a whole. It was a small group, low-level staff, and the real head entire military, represented by the man that came here to us the other day, sort of devoid any responsibility for that.
No.
So that's why I was concerned.
No. This man who came here the other day, did he tell you where he were on the morning of April 12th? Did he tell you that?
Yeah, he said he was not in town at that time.
He was not in town where? Did he say?
He might have said, but I just currently
What did he say?
I think Sino or something. Sino, yes, that's
He
right.
was in Sino. He was in charge of the military detachment in Sino. Samuel Doe appointed him chief of staff that morning. That same morning, or by the way, he served 10 years as chief of staff. Yeah. And he said the coup was not necessary. Of course, yeah. After 10 years of enjoyment, he can't say anything. He can't say anything.
Okay. Thank you. I get your feeling that that we need further investigation into that reality. It could have been that the whole military was really involved.
No, I'm saying to you, the non-commissioned officers acted to the point that it got me out of post stacking. I'm saying that they acted as members of the armed forces of Liberia, whether they were 2 or 3 or 10 or 30. They were members of the armed forces of Liberia. I cannot say to you, if that word would satisfy you, I cannot say they were not. They acted. When they succeeded, I believe the armed forces of Liberia benefited. Because if you watch those 10 years, from 1980 to 1990, the infusion of capital into the military. The support to Liberia that the United States will talk about, it didn't go into civilian support, it went into military support. You know that, do you?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so then would you say that the military was stimulated by the cause of the PPP who was suffering at that time in prison unjustly?
Well, I think that we raised the issue. Even before the prison thing, we sharpened the contradiction in our country. That's all we did. Now, if you say, Karn, you violated the Constitution, there were some people who were working with some of these people, they didn't even know their name. They didn't know their names, oh man. Imagine somebody work for you even 1 month or 1 week, and you don't know the person's name. They didn't know their name. There were no name. That tells you how bankrupt our guys were. And so it was not difficult to rally the troops against them. They had no conscience. Their sensitivity was zero. Look, we got to find a way to fix our country, my brother. We got to. And the way to fix our country is to accept that we all made a blunder. And we got to move on.
Yeah, well, ultimately that's
and
the
you're not going to
purpose.
find that answer as somebody coming in this hall here, oh, I apologize. Oh, No. Because if that's what you're looking for some other people here, you will not get it. You will not get it. If you ask me, Karn, do you believe Tobo made a positive contribution? I will tell you yes. I'll be the first to say that. If you ask me, Karn, these 13 people that died, because that's what some of the people want to discuss. I tell you, over 300,000 people got killed. I don't hear somebody asking for apology for them. There were over 300 people that got killed April 14. And worse, President Tobo allowed his friends to bury them on our doorstep. I'm not hearing apology. And somebody say, Karn, you know we got to consider comparison.
First of all, regrettably, I'm not talking about apologies, but
No, I just want to help you to get there.
yeah, I was just concerned. So I can take it that your answer is yes, that could have stimulated them to rise up.
I said our work, we sharpen the contradiction in the country.
Yeah.
It was not just the military, the entire country. Our work, we talk about the disparity, we talk about how people were marginalized, we talk about the lack of access, we talk about lack of opportunity, we talk about the country being in the wrong direction. And if we have to do it again, we'll do it. If we have to do it again, we'll go right there. Because we all got to do better. No one Liberian should expect to be enjoying himself and other people be starving to death, my friend.
Thank you. Next. Are you aware that an attack on Tolbert at that time in Africa's history, was also an attack on the future of Africa's unity, since he was the head of the OAU?
No, I don't believe that it was an attack on the unity of Africa. No, I do not share the view, sir.
But was he a head of the OAU at that time?
He was what?
Was he the head of the Organization of African Unity at that time?
He was chair of OAU and
So the chair of the OAU was killed?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so Africa reacted the way they did. And any normal person, most of the bankrupt government, they had to react that way. Because they themselves, their own future was on the drawing board. For example, Sheku Shigari of Nigeria, he had to deal with a very active junior officer. And if you recall, he was overthrown later on. If you recall, the year before, 1979, the Ghanaian government was overthrown by John Jerry Rawlings. You recall that, sir?
Yeah, that's why I'm just bringing it to light to let you express your heart.
I just want to be on the same page with you.
Okay, next, do you agree that by PPP accepting to join the coup plotters and assist them to organize PRC, that they all also share accountability for the decisions and actions of the PRC during the period 1980 to 85, pending evidence and reason of their various resignations? In your case, of course, you resigned December 1981.
No, but let's stay with your logic. So
that was the question I'm asking.
I too can stay, I too should share in the responsibility,
the
action or inaction of the council.
Correct.
Yes, I do.
All right.
But let me say further to that.
Oh, okay.
Let me say further to that. Karn Carlor came on a post beating, his spirit damping, and Larry Botte war to him. The country in a very, very high mood that the bankrupt fellows who manage the affairs of the country are no more. I didn't have, Mr. Commissioner, I guess a lot of my friends who joined the government, when they sent for me in May, I did not accept a job on the council until May. When they sent for me, I didn't have to think about it, Commissioner. No, I did not have 1 second to think about it. To work for the PRC, I was contributing to the country was with them. Now, Monday morning, you can say to him, these boys messed up though. Yeah, they messed up. I'll be the first again to say to you, they messed up. And I started making that noise when they brought me to the council, and I started asking them, so why did you raise salary when you didn't know the strain of the payroll? My training as a student of public administration told me that before you make huge shift, you have to have your data, in hand. And I did not think they had the data. They made a political decision without having concrete evidence as to our strength. Because like I stated yesterday in our paper, that the debt, we were running from 158 million from 1970. By 1980, our debt ceiling was up to 600 million. I also told you that when we agreed to conduct or host OU, that it cost us 200 million. So for you to have made a major economic policy, I would think that it would be logical to be careful. So yes, I mean, yeah. And mind you now, I was this inexperienced kid from the University of Liberia. Today, if you would not even get me to sit down to take the chair today, I would not. More so when you set up, I came into government May. The coup took place April. They have executed people. They have made an increase. The American has stopped the aid. The Nigerian has stopped mafiosos. There were a lot of major things that were happening. If you ask me today, if you have taken position like where I'm sitting today, I would not have taken it. But at the time, I was this young revolutionary, this young cadre who saw that this guy made a contribution, and we took how to consolidate our revolution. Because if we fail to consolidate the revolution, True We Party will go after us, and I was ready to stop them at every step. I can't apologize for that. I will not apologize for joining the guys. Because what they did, they changed. Yes, it was deep. Yes, it was deep. And no Liberians should be killed, like say the 13. But when you come to public service, there should be a code of behavior, my friends. You come to public service, when you want to get rich, then go start your own business. Go and do your own business. You don't come to public service and sacrifice the interest of the common people. And that's what I thought the True We Party people did. And I believe they did it from 1869 to 1980, sir. Now, you will argue that Bokan, so when that part of the Commissioner Stewards were arguing that they screw, it was skewed, that it became worse. That's immaterial. The wrong of the True We Party, it was bad. The wrong of Samuel Doe and his people were just as bad. And we all got to agree that we need to admit that. And so for me, there's no difference in that. And that's the reason I walked from Samuel Doe, because that's not what I came from jail for. I came from jail, oh man. If you ask me today, Karn, looking back the 30 years, you have regrets? I do, because the country is messed up. 300,000 people got killed. None of us should be happy. The roads, the school, our educational standard, do you believe it was what it was in 1980? Do you? The standard of our educational standard 1980, can you compare it to today? Now let's talk as a Liberian. Let's assume for 1 second you're not a member of the panel. You're not too far to say that you didn't know better then. Knowing why you knew 1980 and why you know today, will you argue that 1980 educational standard was better than today? Is it?
Well, I thought I'm supposed to be asking you a question again.
No. I said for a split second, let's talk as Liberian. Forget about that the TRC bench.
Mr. Chair, am I allowed to get involved like this? Okay. Anyway, I think your point is taken that you want to make.
Thank you.
Thank you. My next question then is, do you agree that we as a nation have not resolved or reconciled the historical resentment shared between the children of the Afro-American settlers and the children of the indigenous African settlers called Liberians?
That question is tied in to the question Commissioner Stewart raised about the ethnic thing and the class thing.
Have we resolved it though? That's my question. That's a detail.
I think you still have a class problem.
Okay, so in essence, yes.
It's not rooted in because you are American-Liberian. It's rooted in your taste. It's rooted in your values. It's rooted in your belief system. It's not because you Congo, because some Congo people are struggling too, Pini. If not worse than native people. And you can say, the history has it, you know, Commissioner Stewart used the Doe regime. You know the behavior, you know how the native people behave. So that native experiment, you can argue that it didn't work. And those American Liberians who supported the armed resurrection or the armed intrusion into the body politics of our country, they know that experiment too didn't work. It didn't work. Now, we can put a blame on this person's shoulder, on this person's shoulder. We got to stop that and talk about how to fix our country.
Okay, thank you. So at least we agree that it hasn't been resolved yet. Okay,
no,
next.
it has not.
Okay.
But it's now on the basis of country and Congo. I don't think we resolved that between you and me. It's not because somebody is Congo. There's no hatred for Congo. There is hatred for Congo attitude.
Thank you. I guess that's why the government is calling for new attitudes nowadays.
I will hope they will do a good job at it.
Okay, next, did PAL, according to law, secure a permit to hold a demonstration on April 1979? Yes or no?
Say that again?
Did PAL secure a permit?
No.
Thank you. Okay. Next. Did PPP's declaration of intent request, indirectly or directly, request the government to resign and stage a by-election prior to the official election time of 1982?
Yes, the intention stated that.
Okay. And was that declaration, in your opinion, legal